Imagine that Oxygen and Elementor had a baby, and that baby gave you the best of both worlds. On the one hand, it gave you all those elements and design that you get with Elementor, but on the other hand, you got all that flexibility and control and the speed that Oxygen brings with it. Voila, it is Breakdance. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and a good wherever you are. My name is JP, and this is Websites for Beginners, and this is Module 1, Learn Breakdance 2026. Yes, Breakdance is a builder for WordPress. It's basically the newest kid on the block, but what a punch it packs. It's definitely in my top 5, and that is why we are starting this first module of 4 modules where we really dive very deep into Breakdance to give you as the beginner the opportunity to see what it's all about and to consider creating your websites with Breakdance. And that's why this Module 1 uses the free version of Breakdance. Yes, you're not going to find it in the WordPress repository, but it is there. And wow, what an amazing free version. We're going to build a stunning website in no time. Well, actually, this course is pretty long. But the idea is that you really understand how to work with Breakdance. In Module 1, I always tackle just a one-pager so that we can really get intimate with how the builder works. And as I mentioned, this is the free version. Everything that I'm talking about, I will show you very soon how to do it. You don't need to go and spend a cent on anything in Module 1. A few things I always feel that I need to just state again and repeat is the purpose of this channel. Number 1, Websites for Beginners. This channel is for beginners, so you don't need to know anything. I'm going to try and teach you as much as possible. If you know a little bit of WordPress and general terms of websites, that's good. If you don't, make sure that you watch some of the other videos on this channel. Number 2, and that is no coding ever. I've seen too many websites, or rather channels out there, that always tell you, yeah, for beginners, no coding. And the next thing I know, they show you coding, or they focus on features in coding. They make it super complicated. Not gonna happen. The third point is, I would say, full, thorough, complete packages. That thing about let's build your website in 1 hour. You can learn how to make a website in under 30 minutes. Total nonsense, no such a thing, right? So we really take it slow so that you can also practice along and really take everything in. And the final thing is, you're going to find me all the time very critical of many websites and designs, especially today, which I kind of don't understand why it is like that. But we want to keep design as focused and simple as possible. I hate this word simple because it makes it sound like it's very beginner-like. But what I mean by simple is, like we say here, KISS, keep it straight and simple. Keep it functional. Don't bring in page junk. Don't put in clutter there. That is my philosophy throughout. And I like to use the term here, mobile first. And that is the fourth principle, which I'm still not sure how to term it. Something like simplistic design or functional simplism. No, there's no such a thing. Simplistic functionalism. That's kind of the thing that I want to go for. And you'll see that when I do my own designs. But in these modules, I am using other designs and recreating them for you so that we can see how it is done in Breakdance. That means we've come to the end of this intro video, because if I don't watch myself, I will speak forever. This is not a short video, right? That is the complete package. We really go into it. And also, sometimes I will repeat the same thing and I'll show it to you again and again. That's how I learn. Before we start then, 2 more things. 1, actually, there's a dedicated Breakdance channel. I started a long time ago, and now we're starting to add new stuff. So for example, if I show you the menu, how to build a menu, I may not dive too deep into that. But from now and in future on the Breakdance channel, we will look into those elements and blocks and functions in much more detail. So if you want to know more, check the link in the description below, hop on over there, and we'll build that out over the months and years to come. Second thing is timestamps. Because this is such a long video, there are plenty of timestamps in the description below. That makes it easy for you to navigate between the different tutorials. And finally, I will mention a number of things that are linkable, that have links, and those links will be in the description below. So I am JP. Welcome to Websites for Beginners. Let's get cracking. Let's have a look at what we will be making. I have this original mock-up here, and we're going to create a website for a potter. I'm not sure what do they call people who make pots. I guess the word is potter. I'm a potter person, a potter maker. I make pots. And we have a great hero section here at the top. And I love this hero section because it shows the pots, it shows her name, and you immediately understand she's an individual artist and she makes pots for a living. Below that, About Me section, the purpose of this website is really to promote her brand, herself, and then just below that, a gallery, nice justified gallery, all her recent creations, and we need these visual images for the website. Under that, to showcase a little bit of video material, we have a process, how she creates these pots from beginning to end, then happy customers who commissioned some work from her. We have a workshop notification for people who want to sign up for a workshop, and then the very obligatory contact form at the very bottom. And at the top, we actually have a header and a footer, but this was my mock-up, and this is how it turned out in Breakdance. Problem is, whenever I do a mock-up a second time, nothing stays the same, so a lot of stuff has changed here. Quickly, note here at the top, it says this page uses Pro-only features. Please upgrade to Breakdance Pro or enter your license key. The reason is I actually use the Pro feature on this page, and this then pops up, and I'll show you on the front end what happens when you use a Pro element. But this is a great thing about Breakdance. It allows me to use Pro elements to build out the website, even though I'm using the free version. We'll talk about Pro and free in a short bit. Same page here, I changed the fonts, I changed a few layouts, I added a few graphics here, which I like, maybe a little too much. Text is a little bit obscure there, but I still like it a lot. And you can see very much the same as to what I had created with the mockup. And all of this done in Breakdance in no time. Once you get used to this builder, you build this out like within an hour if your text and your images are all sorted. One thing I just want to quickly show you is that this here actually is a Pro element. This gallery element is a Pro element. And I'll go into Breakdance, go to WordPress at the top, and I'll select Home. There's only one page that I've created. I called it Home. If you have more pages, they will appear there at the top. We'll cover that in Module 2. And I'll go down to where the gallery is. I'll click on it. You can see the sidebar on the left opens with everything that I can do for this. But very important here, it says Gallery Pro, and we are using the free version in Module 1. How can I use this? Wow, is Breakdance being super nice? Yes, but no. The yes is they allow you to practice this, but on the front end, it's going to be grayed out. So let's just have a look at what this means. I wanted to show you also the mobile device. I'll do that soon. Let me just quickly show you the front end, and I'll go here. If I scroll down to where that gallery element is, you can see this is what appears. It's faded. It is there. You can do staging, you can do a mock-up, and you can do it all for free. And then once you decide that this is the site, this is the way, then you lock it in with a Pro license. Let's have a quick look then also just at the device that I have over here, which is an iPhone 14 Pro Max simulation. You can see nice responsiveness. Very easy to work with responsive design in Breakdance. That is a very important principle for us when it comes to mobile first. So nice. And that is how it looks. So the showcase, we're going to be creating then this one pager in Module 1. In Module 2, we're going to extend that to multi-pages. You can understand how multi-pages work and many other features as well. But we want to lock those basics in as to how the elements and all the settings go for Breakdance in general. And this is what Module 1 is all about. Before we start creating two things. The first thing is I want to talk about AI, which is the top word everywhere in the world. And so you're going to find that as well with Breakdance. If you go to the website and follow the link in the description below, at product, you will see this option here for Breakdance AI. I'll not be covering this in the first modules. We'll be covering the AI at the very, very end. So if you're very interested in this, just remember, we won't be touching on that in these first few modules. I think we'll do that after Module 4. The second thing I want to touch on here is free versus pro. And I've mentioned a few times now, we'll be using the free Breakdance. Unlike most other page builders that have the free version within the WordPress repository, you have to come and download it from Breakdance's website, and that's very easily done. I'll show you how to do that. I'll go here to the bottom, and where is Breakdance Free? You can go and have a look at what you get with Breakdance Free, and boy, do you get a lot. If I had to guess, I would say that this free version of Breakdance compared to other page builders for WordPress's free versions on the market is probably better than anything else currently on the market. And again, you can go through it. And the one thing, like I mentioned, that I really like is that you can still build out the website with Pro elements if you want to see how it will look. One thing though, and this is a personal experience, is that I hardly ever go for free stuff. Free gets me quite far through the door and quite near the goal post, but there are so many times I just want to do something small, which is locked behind that premium wall. My experience is that once I decide I'm going to use this product, I don't try to squeeze blood out of a stone by using free in that condition. I just go ahead and get the Pro version. You'll see how powerful this plugin is in Module 1 and how much you can do, create an entire website with it. But you will also see when we get to Module 2, all the goodies from Pro that is there with the premium version. And then, of course, if you are interested in the AI version, that will definitely require you to spend a few dollars on that as well. With that said, we are now ready to begin our journey. And just before we begin with the WordPress and the Breakdance, I want to show those of you who just want to practice along how you can do that for free with a great option online where you can practice WordPress for free as a staging site or just if you want to test things out. Welcome back, and if you've missed me, my name is JP and we are learning Breakdance, basically for beginners, and this is Module 1, a one-pager using the free version of Breakdance for WordPress. I've shown you everything so far in Chrome, but to just shake things up a little bit, everything from here on I'll be doing in Firefox just to be different. In the past, I used to use local versions of WordPress, which is a way you can install WordPress locally on your computer's server, but I found many of them usually slow and often the updates to them were also a little bit slow. What I do lately is I use a website called TasteWP, and check the link in the description below. You can sign up for free. Everything I'm going to show you now is for free. I haven't paid for it. And I can install WordPress there. I can install plugins just like a real website and play around. So tastewp.com. And you go ahead with the sign up procedure. If you haven't done yet so, I'll go ahead with login. And here are my details already. And I'll log in. I have a number of websites here already. All I need to do is click on Create New Website. This is going to install WordPress for me, the latest PHP version. If you don't know what that is, do not worry. But one thing I will recommend just for this exercise is to uncheck these plugins that they want to install by default. Because it's free, they're going to add some stuff to the WordPress layout that we're going to change very soon. But I'm not complaining about that because, yes, it is free. We can create here a custom site name. So let's call this Breakdance M1. And let's see, create temporary site. And that's it. It has been created in a jiffy. There's a username, there's a password. I don't even care about that. Why? Because I just access it directly from this dashboard. Click on it. It opens WordPress. Everything is installed. Often, many of the subdomains that I create on my hosting service takes 30 minutes plus for WordPress to register on that site. I don't understand. If these guys can do it so quickly, other providers should be able to do the same. Let's talk about the two things that TasteWP does that's going to surprise you. One, you're going to get this massive notification here. It just tells you, one, that this site is temporary and it will expire after 7 days. There is an option to make this site permanent if you want to keep it for the future, but because you're playing around and just exercising, 7 days. If you didn't finish this tutorial within 7 days, you probably never will. You can decide if you want to buy up. If you want to do that, we're just going to click here on OK, got it. And once you do that, it goes away. Whew. The other thing is the theme layout. It uses a different color scheme, which I prefer the original so that we're all on the same board. And for that, we go to Users and then select Profile. And then from here, select the default administration color scheme. And then scroll to the bottom and select on Update Profile. And now, if I go to my WordPress and I select it, everything is the way that we are used to for a fresh vanilla WordPress installation. And as it's a fresh vanilla WordPress installation, there are a few things that I want to clean up quickly. I call it the P's. I start at the very top with posts, and we know the hello world is here. I'll select that, and then I'll move it to the trash. And we'll go through this very quickly and empty the trash. The next one is pages. I'll select these 2 pages, move to trash, apply. If you don't know what I'm doing, you can watch it a little bit slower, but we are not going too deeply into WordPress here. In fact, we'll be leaving this dashboard almost forever once we install Breakdance. Next one is plugins. So I click on plugins just to ensure that there are no plugins. So it's posts, pages, and plugins. And then the third one that I go to is settings and permalinks. So that is where my 4th P comes in, and I select post name here. It's just one of those things I do so that later on I'm not confused if I see a post with a weird name or my slugs are strange. Do these things from the beginning, then I'm very, very happy. Save changes. And now I've cleaned up all those parts. With my site ready for Breakdance, I need to install Breakdance. I mentioned to you earlier, usually when you install these free builders, you go to plugins and you click on add plugin, and then you'll search for it here. The most famous one, of course, is Elementor. So if I select there Elementor, it's going to give me, come on, there we go, 10+ million active installations. Woo-wee. And then you install it from here. But, Bobby, if you select Breakdance, you're going to find that it isn't here. And that may dissuade you from, this is too much effort. It's not so much effort. It's very convenient. Let me show you how to do that. Open a new tab and select breakdance.com or follow the link in the description. Highly appreciate it. And from here, you have to log in. I'll do this from the beginning. So I'll select Get Breakdance at the top, and even the free one will appear here. Okay, some little pop-up, close that out. And here is the free version. You just select Get Started. Once you have select Get Started, we're going to create an account. Email address, jp@w4b.io, and my name is JP and my last name. There we go. And I select free download. Please wait. And there we go. You have access now. So we select here Breakdance free, which is currently at 2.6.1. Breakdance 2.7 is out already. It says it's out, but not yet really available. So I click here and this will download Breakdance 2.6.1 zip for us. And then select copy license as well. Yes, there is a license. And if you ever worry about that, you will find it again at the customer portal. So select customer portal just so that you can see how that looks. And every time you go to Breakdance, all you do is you log in, you go to your dashboard, and you will see license keys over here. And that is where you're going to find the license key as well. Currently, we have 0 activations for unlimited. Yes, the free version gives you unlimited sites, and it expires never. Good job. And this is the license key that I had just copied. With all of this done, we've downloaded the plugin. We've got the license key. Let's hop back into WordPress. And this time we're going to select Upload Plugin. So from plugins, you can go to Add Plugin. If you haven't done so yet, select Upload Plugin. And then I'll just click Browse. I'll select this one and then Install Now. Activate Plugin. This is an important screen. A few things here that we'll talk about. I think the first one is a feature that comes from Oxygen, the original big daddy of Breakdance. And that is the idea that when you use Breakdance, you disable the theme of WordPress. There are some people that probably may want to keep their theme. If it's a theme they're very attached to, but they do like the builder of Breakdance, then you select here Keep Theme. We'll be working from scratch. We're going to click Disable Theme. It is already selected. We'll leave it there. The next one is the license key, and that's the one that I copied earlier. I can just paste it there. And then there's a few more options here. Analytics, you can say if you want to install it. We don't need it at this moment. Improve Breakdance, yeah, why not? And partner discounts, you can hide the partner discounts if you want so. But I think this is good enough for what we want to achieve at this moment. And I'll click on Finish Setup. Once all of this is done and we've installed the plugin and we've gone through that little wizard, you will see that we have a label here on the right in the navigation sidebar. And we have a number of things. We'll come back to many of these in Module 2. For this one, we're barely going to touch anything here. I just think let's go to Settings so you can have an idea so that you can see where we entered the license. And that is here at the very top. And you'll see that the license is valid. Everything is working well. There are many other options here as well. Again, Module 2, almost everything that we're going to do is going to be right within the builder. We're not going to come into WordPress. Before we create the page and jump into Builder, there are a few things that we will have to do in WordPress, and that is get the site ready, like our name and those kind of things. There is actually an option here in the sidebar called Quick Start. I'm not going to go through the quick start now. It is still in beta and it hanged a few times when I was using it. Other times it works very well. But the quick start is going to help you set up the whole site from beginning to the end so that you can basically start from the quick start and it will set up your site name, all of those things, and jump right into the builder. But we're going to do those things that we are used to just now. And just now has arrived. So what am I talking about? I want to change my site name, all those settings of my site. So first, let's go to Settings. I'll go to General. Don't want to save the password. Go away. And we start with the site title. So this is going to be Erato Ntuli Pottery. And then the tagline is Pottery Made to Order and Workshops. The tagline, site title, many people have different opinions about this, but the idea here is, of course, that you want those keywords about who you are, which is the brand in this case, as well as the product, which is pottery. I include your order so that people know they can order, even though we don't have a shop for this module, and then that there are workshops, because this is a very popular thing at the moment these days, is to actually provide workshops for what you do. People love that. Next is the site icon. Now, traditionally, I use a theme, and then I go into the theme and I set the site icon there, as well as the site title and the tagline. Because Breakdance overrides the theme, the best is just to do it here under your settings. So I'll go ahead and choose my site icon, which is a favicon. At the moment, I have nothing here. I'll go to my folder. And let me just see I'm at the right place. Pottery Module 1. Yes, I'm at the right place. And here is my favicon. I'll bring in these as we go along. I can actually drag them all in at the moment, but I'll just bring them in one by one as we go through the tutorial. Set a site icon. Okay, crop. It looks okay. There we go. Everything is nice here. And together with this, a few more things I want to change. I'll change the site language. This is nitty gritty, but I'll go to English South Africa. Few small changes like the spelling and trash becomes bin. And then time zone, I will set to UTC+2. Few people actually do this, especially if you're beginners, you set the time zone. This can catch you off guard in the future when you are working on blogging and you schedule one of your posts to appear and you forget about the time zone that you have set here. It may just publish at the time that is inconvenient to you. And that is how we set up everything for the site. We click on Save Changes. And then if we go to the front, I'll click here in the tab at the top. We have everything that we want there. Jump back into the back end. And then one more thing I just want to show you. If we go to Appearance and Themes, over here, you will also see that the themes are actually grayed out. If you hover over them for a while, they will pop up again and you can interact with them. But it says here, you disable the WordPress theme system entirely at Breakdance Settings Theme. And if you're not going to be using the theme, it is recommended to disable. You never need to go in here. The only reason I show you this is what has happened to me is that there comes an update for 2023 theme. And I despise the update little circle up there and I couldn't do anything about it. So the benefit of this one still being here is that if I have to go and update it, I can still do it. But it is deactivated for all intents and purposes. We create our page. Go to Pages and we select Add Page. And this is going to be a one-page website. And I'll call this Home. So add title Home. And then we click on the newly rebranded Published, which is now Schedule. And I'll select that twice. And our page is ready and we can click on Edit in Breakdance. Before I click on Edit in Breakdance, I'll just hop back into WordPress, and I wish there was a function on this page that I could just set it there, but I want to make sure that this becomes my home page. And for that, I have to go to Settings, Reading, and then your home page displays a static page. And for the home page, I select this page I had just created. This is a very standard setup. In module, are we going? No, blogging is module 3. When we get to module 3, we'll also be working with the posts. But at this moment, it is a static page and our home page is going to only display that page we have just created. Very important is to click on Save. Go back to Pages, select Home, and then up in the top left on the yellow button, Edit in Breakdance. One thing I quickly want to show here before we start looking at what is where and what does what and who is whom is the theme color. I am surprised though that by default it's loading the light theme because the standard nowadays is actually the dark theme. I'm a light theme user because of my eyesight, but I think a lot of people, majority, may actually prefer the darker theme. So this is maybe something that you want to change immediately. From the settings toolbar at the top, go to where you see the 3 dots, select it and go to Preferences. And from Preferences under UI settings, third from the top is the dark mode. Just toggle it on. And once you've done that, you will have the dark mode. Then you are very happy. If you want to go back to the light, which is what I will be using during this module tutorial, go again to the settings toolbar at the top, select the 3 dots, Preferences, and we disable the dark mode and we're back into light mode. I think that's an important one to get out of the way because at this point you may want to follow along with the dark theme instead of the light theme that I'm using. There are 4 areas of importance within the Breakdance Builder. The first one is the one we had just looked at, and that is the settings toolbar at the top. The second one is your canvas. This is this big empty area with the plus. The next one is your elements panel that will be on the left. You can access that by going to Add, or you can select this one. And if you select it again, it will remove it. So this is a open, close, open, close. I find that most of the time I keep the elements open and all these elements and modules that I want to use for my website, they all appear over here, as well as a pre-designed library, which we will be looking at probably in module 2, maybe briefly during this module. The next area, which is the last one, is the sidebar on the right, and that is contextual depending on what you select. The one that I'm going to be using all the time is the navigator, this structure panel over here, and you access it through this icon. It gives you the structure. As I'm building out my page, I get a list view of everything that is happening. And the way that you work within Breakdance, you're going to really use this one quite a lot. You can close it again by clicking on the close button and simply open it again with this setting. The other features around here, like how do you save, how do you view, how do you exit, we'll work through all of them as we go through the tutorial. Now that we know how the interface looks, I want to quickly create a very quick little section for us so that it gives you a feel as to how Breakdance operates. I'll close the panel here on the left, and now we are back as to the default load when you create your first page. And I'm going to create a section with an image and some information on the right, and it will almost be a small little bootcamp session as to how you work and build within Breakdance. If you've used any other WordPress builder on the market, this is going to feel very familiar. And in fact, the developers of Breakdance, they are not shy to tell you they looked at Elementor, they looked at what people love about it, and they tried to bring in the lovable part and get rid of the frustrating part. And we hope that this is also lovable and easy to use for you. Start with add, and I just click on the plus in the middle. And the first thing you have to bring in is a section. That is the first element at the top. The section is always needed. You cannot build anything on this page without a section. How you do that is you can click, hold, and drag. But in Breakdance, you can simply click on it or even hit enter, return on your keyboard, and it will drop it on the page. I'll simply click on it and you see the section appears on the page. Now I want to create two columns because I'm going to put an image in the left and some text in the right. Click on the plus again and I get the same elements on the left. This is never going to change. The elements will always remain the same. To create structure, layout, you have three elements: columns, grid, and div. And we're going to skip around between these three. The one that I truly love is div, but we're going to be using columns a lot because it is there and it's easy setup, so you don't have to create your own columns. And then there's also the option for the grid. In this case, just click on columns. Because the section is selected, it will drop within that section. I have a few pre-made options here, and I'll select this one that is a 50-50. And you can see this is very intuitive, two columns. Image on the left, I click on this plus, and then under basics, I can select here image and click on it. One thing that's also super easy to use is that once you click on the plus, your cursor will automatically go to this search elements area here. And what I do is I just type in image very quickly. You'll see that the image element is highlighted. So I don't even have to click on it. I just hit enter on my keyboard like that. And it drops the image element onto that area. We bring in a picture because this is an image after all. Select choose and this opens the library. We're not going to use these guys. And I have one just for this, which is the working man. And then select the working man, choose, and it drops in. Every time you work with the element, you will have these options: the basic layout of the element, then your design, your styling, everything over here, as well as some advanced options. These two are the ones that you'll be working the most with. Whether you are in a video, a text, any of these elements, you will find that most of the work you'll be doing in these two tabs. And then sometimes, maybe more than often, you'll be going to the settings tab. So just to show you something here, while we're working with this, let's go to the settings and we go to the image. And then you will see we can change the size of it, maximum width. There's an option. Do I want to use pixels, percentage, M, or any of these other values? I'll go to percentage. And the percentage is going to be the percentage of the container. And currently it is within this column. So I'll put it on 80%, and then you will see as I hover over the container, it is 80% of this container. Let's add some text on the right. Click on the plus, and I'll look for a heading. So I'm going to just type in heading, and then press enter, return on my keyboard, and the heading drops in. Click on it, and I'll triple click to select all the text. And you can see in the panel on the left, I can also type the text in here, and I will say Bob on the job. There we go, Bob on the job. And tags, this is going to be a H2. And this is very important when you work within Breakdance, is to use your tags well. And if you don't usually use tags, a lot of people I know don't use it, especially if you're a beginner. But I'm going to hammer this into your workflow, that you will get comfortable with it from module 1, and that you'll be using the global styling and settings so that your tags always work very well. Why do I use H2? Because it's a section. It's not the name of the page. It's not the main idea of the page. It's just the idea of the section. With this element selected, you can see that we currently have this box around this heading. I can select add again, and this time I want to bring in some more text. I'll just click on the text and it drops this text there. I'll go into my Word document and just grab some text here, copy that, and hop back into the builder. I'll triple click to select all, or again, I can just paste it here on the left. Control V, Command V to paste everything. I'm going to say Control, and then I'll say Command. You should know Control is for Windows, Command is for Mac. And there we have my text. Let's add a button. Go to Add, and because this text element is selected, if I click on Button, it's going to drop the button below it. Click on Bob on the job at the top, and now go to Add, and let's look for something like a divider. And I'll type in here divider, a fancy divider, and I'll use that one, select, and because I had selected Bob on the job, it drops the divider below Bob on the job. Now let's hop on over to the structure that we have here, which is the navigation feature, and click on that and open this structure on the right. Select Collapse. At the moment, there's only one section on this page, and I can rename this, and I really encourage you to also rename it. You do that by double clicking on it, and I'll call it Bob, About Me, and Bob. The way you would like to write it, you do it your way. Unfold this, and within this container, there is a master columns container. And if you unfurl or expand that, you will see we have the two columns. So these two columns are not standing independently. They are within a master column. Old days, this was just a div and a div within a div, but this structure really helps you to understand what is going where. What you should note is as I click here on this section, it highlights the entire section. When I click on columns, it's going to highlight the columns. When I select this column, which is the left one, you will see only the left column is selected, and so on. I can expand all of them by selecting here, and now we see the image. All of these can be renamed if you need those cues to help you find it easier. So if I just want to go and change the text, I can select here text, and there you see it is highlighted. Because of this structure setup, moving these around is so easy. Let's say I wanted to take the fancy divider, select it, and put it between the text and the button. I can simply go to the structure area and drag it. And look at how quickly that is done. No need to try and figure out how to do it. You just go to the structure and you move it around very quickly. Let's collapse the two columns and do the same with the column. I'm going to grab the right-hand column and drag it. And just like that, we move the columns around. This is really nice. So I'll collapse and expand again. But on the page, you can do the same. And I do that also all the time. Let's select the button. And this little toolbar here gives you three options. Actually, four. The first one, it tells you it's a button. And you see that little icon tells you if you click, hold, you can drag it. And that thick blue line tells you where you can drop it. So I can put it below. What is that? The fancy divider. Or I can just drag it back to where it was. This is a duplicate option. And then next to the duplicate is the delete option. And those also appear here in the structure on the right. You can see we have the duplicate, we have the delete, as well as extra with open menu, and it will tell you what you can do. And we'll work on some of those as well in module 1. The important thing to understand is that everything is within everything. The button is within the column, and the column is within the columns container, and the columns container is within the section. And that's why this structure becomes so useful for you to get that visual idea of how this works. On the page, if I select a button and I want to go to the column, I can do it from here by just clicking this up arrow that says select parent, and I will get to the column. And then if I want to work with the entire container, I just select here and it will give me the columns container if I want to go to the section. In most cases, you can just click, and if you click within the vicinity, it will select the correct container. If I click here, you can see that blue box. I select it, I select a column. If I click on the text, it gives me the text. If I click somewhere around here, it will give me the section. And as I hover where? Here where the gap is in the middle and I select that, it gives me the columns container. And that is how you can go ahead and select. And it's not always going to work because sometimes your image is going to be within the column like this one, and it's going to be difficult to select a column. And that's when you'll be using this arrow feature, or you simply select it here within the structure. I'm quickly going to do a little bit of styling. We'll go into that in more detail, but if I go here to Bob on the job, I can go to Typography. I can change the color. Let's make it purple. Good. Let's go next. What is next is this option here. And that is, no, I see this is where I have to click on the fancy divider. And I'll go to the settings. I'll go to divider. I'll select the style. I'll make it solid. And the pattern, the color, and I can use a color picker, but I'm going to stay also on this purple here. And then make the size 3, and that's going to be the thickness. Close this one, and the width, I'll put it in 150 pixels, and you can see that's how we do it. To add space, select the fancy divider again. Oh, there we go. Hover near it, and then click, hold, and drag when you see that little purple bar appear. And this is how you add margins below or at the top. This is the only 2 instances in which you can drag any sizing on the page. No padding. You cannot drag the padding. You cannot drag left or right margins, but you can do top and bottom. You can also not add negative margins. That you can do all here within the settings. Let's go to this one over here, which is our text settings. I don't think I want to change everything here, but we can add some spacing. No, size. This is also a nice little feature, is that I can go ahead and let's put it on percentage, and I make this smaller at 60%. So it fits nicely like that. And then I'll go to the bottom, click, hold, and drag, add space again here. And then for my button, let's go for the button. I'll go to button, button. I'll click on text, so it's only text button. I'll go for typography. The first thing I'll change is also, again, the color, make it that purple. And then we can change the font. We'll do that later. But let's go, just make it a little bit bigger. Change the size. And there we've styled all of these out. What we will focus on a lot is how you create layouts with these features within Breakdance. At the moment, let's say I want all of these things to be on the right. What you need to do is you have to go to the column, and then from the settings on the left, go to layout, and you choose the layout. Do you want these elements to be stacked on top of each other or next to each other? And that's what these 2 options are. I'm not going to focus on these 2 at all. These 2 you will have to learn a lot. By default, it's going to be vertical. That's how you are used to creating a website. If I click on it, nothing changes on the page, but you get these new options. Just select the one on the right, and now you see that these 4 are actually in line with each other. They are next to each other. This is going to be useful later on. But for now, we select this option to stack them vertically. And then we're going to select align them all to the right. And within the column, they are going to align to the right. If that is what we wanted, we can put them in the center. We can put them back on the left. And if you feel that you've messed up, go to the left where you see the little dot. This is an indication that you've made changes to the default setting, and click on the X, same here, and it will remove all of the styling. In this case though, this is the default, so you didn't see any changes. But let's go to vertical one more time and look at vertical align. So if I want to put it in the middle, then I use this option, or at the bottom. At the bottom is actually pretty nice. This gap is spacing between the elements. So if I were to put a value in here of 50 pixels, you are adding 50 pixels between every element within that container. This doesn't work for us, so I'll go to the X next to gap and put it back on default, which in this case is 0. Again, this gap becomes very important in other design options. So to recap, you bring in new elements onto the page by clicking on Add, and you always need a section to start with. Then you add elements. You can add containers like columns, grid, and a normal column or a div. And anytime you select any of these elements, your design choices will be in the sidebar on the left. Keep your structure open on the right, and you access it here in the top. And this will greatly help you navigate around, also help with duplication, delete, and moving elements around if you want them in a different place. Selection, like for example, this fancy header, very difficult to choose it on the page. Then you just go to the structure and you select it. All good and well. Now we have this. Let's see how we save it, how we preview it, and then even how we can exit from Breakdance back into WordPress. So the first thing I want to do is save my page, and look there in the top right-hand corner. There's a save option. You select that. For me, I use a shortcut key, and I just do it so automatically every 20 seconds. Control S, Command S, and when I hit it, Control S, Command S, you will see the spinning wheel and it will save. This is a shortcut key, very important. My number 2 shortcut key is undo, which is Control Z, Command Z. For shortcut keys, just hit Control Command question mark on your keyboard and it will open up all the shortcut keys. There's a number here that I use, but in most cases I almost only use 2, and that is Control S, the save here, and Control Z. The other one is this one we'll talk about soon. At the bottom, Alt P, and that is the preview mode. The preview button is this play icon at the top, and you select it and it gives you a fresh preview of how your page looks. And you see there's an option for close preview. What is also nice here is the 3 dots on the right side. This helps you to see how this will look on different devices. If I grab the 3 dots and I drag it, I can see the screen resolution in width. And then as I drag it, you can also see how it will behave on tablet and mobile devices. If you want to go back to the full setting, just click on the close and it will go full viewport width. And if you want to get out of this preview, you select at the top, close preview. Again, I'm a shortcut person and this is something I do all the time, is preview. And that is the other shortcut I told you. The number 3 one is Alt P. I think on Mac it's Option, right? So I'm going to hit Alt P for preview and I can just say Alt P again, or I found I can also hit Escape on the keyboard and it brings me back into the builder. So Control S to save. The X in the very top, if you select that, gives you 3 options. Strangely enough, Breakdance doesn't give you the view on front end. It only gives you that option to do the preview. If you want to see the front end, you actually have to exit. So click on exit to front end and it gives you the front end. To go and edit it again, go to Breakdance and select Open Home. When you have more pages, all of them will appear here. In this case, we just have Home. So I select on Open Home and it opens up the Breakdance builder for me and I'm back into this familiar environment. Let's see what else is there. X. Next is exit to WordPress and copy URL. If you want to have a front end open, this is the way to go. Click on copy URL, then open a new tab. Let's close these 2. Open a new tab and paste the URL. Enter. And now I have my front end view, if this is something that you are more comfortable with. Go to the tab and one more X is exit to WordPress. And once we select that, it takes us back into the WordPress builder. And from here, we can go back to the backend, to the dashboard. When you start WordPress, this is probably the first place you will start on the pages and the page that you want to edit. But there is actually no need for you to go back into that view. You can simply select Edit in Breakdance. And in future, when we have multi-pages in Module 2, we'll go here to the top where you see Editing Page and the other pages will all appear here. So I don't even need to leave this environment. I will just be able to select those pages here and it will navigate to that page within the builder. I don't need to exit, select them, edit, and come back. Everything will be done from here. But for now, we only have the one page and that's all that's going to appear here. Next to this brings us to the next part in our module tutorial, and that is responsive editing. And we'll quickly do this bootcamp for responsive editing as well, so you can understand the magnificence when it comes to mobile first in Breakdance for WordPress. Let's quickly preview it again, and that is Alt P. And then you see we have these 3 dots on the side and I can drag it. And as I drag it and I get to the settings over here, you can see I have this white bar here. Remember, I made the image 80%, but now it doesn't look right. I want it to be 100% when it gets to smaller displays. And my text also here, I changed it to 60% for the container. This needs to be 100%. So this doesn't look good. And you and I both know this is responsive design to make sure that everything looks good on a tablet and a mobile. One of our principles, I'll click here on the close button. I'll get full screen again. And to exit, I can go to close preview at the top or just Alt-P. I'm back here. To make changes in terms of responsive design, and we'll be doing that a lot, this is a quick crash course on it. Go to the top where the settings toolbar is, select the screen, and you will see we have 5 views. You select first tablet landscape, and in most cases, this should do a good job. But for columns, the setting is set automatically to begin stacking. So we have 2 columns. Open the structure here. We have these 2 columns, and now they are stacked. They are not anymore next to each other. So we change that behavior. So select columns, and you see the sidebar opens here once I selected the columns in the structure. You can also click on the page, and then once you select columns, the sidebar will open. Select layout, and then it says stack vertically, and I only want to start stacking it when we get to phone landscape. I'll click on phone landscape, and now when I go to my tablet landscape, it will look like this. And it still looks good. I don't think I want to make any changes here. And you can see when you look at it, it says 1,119 pixels, which is good for me. It will also look good on many small laptops as well. When I go to tablet, yep, this is also okay. But now I think that this text box is a little bit too crowded. To work with anything in responsive view, you just need to be in the responsive view, select it, and you can make changes. You don't need to make any other selections. Once you are within this responsive view, any changes you make here will only apply to this element and everything lower. So I'm currently in tablet portrait. Once I make this change, the change will only apply to tablet portrait as well as phone landscape and phone portrait. Just remember this top-down approach. I'll go to the settings in the panel on the left, and I have these 2 dots to indicate this is where I had made changes. I'll select size, and at this point, I want to put it on 100%. So I'll select percent and 100, and the box will fill out completely. It's a little too much, so I'll go back to 90. And now we have a little bit more space. Let's also change the image. Remember, I also messed around with the image. I'll select the image, go to the design, image, and then maximum width. I'll also put it on percentage, and this time I'll put it on 95%. And now we've changed it for our tablet. Let's go on to the next one. Let's first just go to landscape, 1 up, so you can see we didn't affect anything within the desktop or in the tablet landscape. Tablet portrait, this is where we were last. But remember, we told the columns that from phone landscape, you have to begin stacking. So column on the left will go to the top and column on the right will go at the bottom. And this is what happens here. I like this. Image is a little bit big, but I think it's fine. What we can probably do is click on the image, and then we go to, I'll go to height, and I'll put it on 500 pixels. Let's see if aspect ratio can work, 1:1. There we go. So I've cropped that, and it's already on cover. Again, when you go back to tablet portrait, it's not going to be that new setting. It will only affect the phone landscape and everything below it. So let's have a look. Everything else is fine. And then we go to phone portrait, and here it didn't filter through. So I'll select again the image. I'll first go, where am I? Image is selected. Maximum width, I'll put it on percentage. Maximum width is 100%. Playing around here, the height, I'm going to put that on 300 pixels. Small, and then aspect ratio 1:1, which it is. It's getting that from the top. And then I will click on the column, and I'll go to a layout. Don't get worried if I'm going too fast. We'll go through this all in more detail. I'll click on vertical. I'll put it in the middle like so. And then the rest, I think, is fine. And that is how you work with responsive design. So I go to desktop now. Let's save, Control-S, Command-S, and then preview it. Grab these 3 dots on the side and start resizing it. And you will see as we move through the various displays, as we get to that next display, which is called the breakpoint, we will have the changes. So the moment I get here, which is pretty big, but this is now your landscape view. And then over here, we get into your phone view. You can see it's the 400s and to the smaller 380, which is extremely small, and 360, which I always check because there are still a few of these phones that insist on 360. It's always good to see if everything looks good on this 360 view. And if you're done, just close it and close your preview. That is responsive view. One more thing. You want to know what changes you had made in responsive view. Let's select the image and we go to, let's say, phone landscape. And what you will see in the settings in the panel on the left, first of all, the dots will indicate wherever changes had been made. But wherever you had made a change only to this responsive design, there's a little blue icon. If you select that, you can also see the same icons that we have here on the top appear here. And it shows you that for the aspect ratio, we've made a change on the landscape phone and portrait, but the others not, because they are still dark. If we go to height, we'll see the same. So everywhere that there has been responsive design changes, it will light up like this in blue. When you select it, you will see which ones were affected. You can also cycle from here. So let's say I am busy here with the width. There's nothing here, but I want to make a change to the width. And I want to do that at desktop. No, let's go to tablet. I just select tablet from here. Then I can go and make changes here to the width. But I'm working with maximum width, so I'm not going to play around with width as well. There is a shortcut key. And if I bring up the shortcut keys again, Control, Command, question mark, to cycle through the responsive views. It's over here, Control, Alt, R, cycle to the next breakpoint. Doesn't work for me. Not sure if it's a Windows thing or a computer thing for me or a setting I use. Let's see. Control, what? Which one is it again? Let's look at it. Control, Alt, R. Control, Alt, R. Yep, doesn't work for me. Something is happening, but not what it's supposed to do. So I have to still go here and select each of them as I move through it, which is what I don't like. I do like the shortcut key for cycling through those responsive designs. And that is our bootcamp on how you work and how you design and how you make sure that everything looks good for all the different devices. Finally, delete. I can delete each one by one, or I simply go to the structure all the way to the right and I select delete here. And that will remove everything. And now we are ready to start working. First, we will bring in our color palette, then set up our typography, and then we're going to start building. We're almost there. Welcome back. And this is Learn Breakdowns for WordPress. And just a reminder, my name is JP. Also remember to visit us at our dedicated breakdowns channel. And that is at Learn Breakdowns WP. This is WordPress for beginners, and this is module 1, wherein we are creating a one-page website within the free WordPress plugin, and that is Breakdowns. Breakdowns very heavily leaning towards Elementor. So if you've ever worked with Elementor, you're going to find Breakdowns at home, plus a lot of extras. We love page builders, don't we? I've closed everything. I like to do that in tutorials just to show beginners where we can start everything again. Now remember, I had used at the very beginning a staging online website, basically a hosting website called TasteWP. And you can follow the link in the description below. You sign up and you follow along for free. You get a few sites, 1 or 2 that you can keep forever and ever. But if you have more than that, like what we are doing, and I'll just go to my dashboard, this one up here, you will see that it will expire and you have 7 days. I have 3 down here that do not expire. So if I don't want it to expire, I can change it to never expire. If you want to have more than what you are allowed to, you will have to pay a little bit something extra for that. But we are just practicing, and I hope that within 2 days you've gone through this tutorial. We are halfway and we're only starting the real building soon. Not yet, because we're going to talk about colors and typography. Now to sign in, I go to Actions and I select Go and log into site. And this is what I love about TasteWP so easily. It just takes me straight into WordPress, no mess, no fuss. And you saw at the beginning when you install it, that is super, super quick. Now, we go to our pages and we created only one page, home page. And at the very beginning, we had gone to our settings and we put it on reading to make sure that this is actually our home page. You remember that one. Back to pages and select the short link here, edit in breakdowns, takes us right into the builder. And this is where we left off earlier with nothing here. I'm going to build something very quick, just a heading so we can talk about the colors. To start building, click on the plus in the middle in the empty canvas, and from the elements, you can go and select text. Now remember, at the very beginning, I told you you can do nothing on this page without a section. But watch what happens when I click on text. It's going to drop a text element. Did I prove myself wrong? No. If I open the structure panel, you will see it automatically created a section. Right. So that premise that you cannot create anything on this page without a section still holds. If you have nothing on the page and you drop an element onto the page, Breakdance is going to go ahead and create that view within a section. Change a little bit on this text. I'll go to the size. Now that is for the container. Typography, font size, I'll just make it bigger. And now let's look here at the color settings over here. In the olden days, this is where we spent 90% of our time when we wanted, no, 100% of our time when we were working with color, because every time you worked with an element, you came here and you had to click on it and start working with the color manager and set up your colors from here. This is standard across every page builder there. You have this panel here where you can drag the little circle and select a color. Over here, you have a hue slider to change the hue, which is basically the color. And then here you have your opacity, also known as the transparency slider. All the way to the left, it's transparent. And then all the way to the right, it is opaque. Big words. Then we have our code, and that's the name for it. And you have different options up and down. You have hex, then you have your RGB, and then A. And what else? We have hex, RGB, and HSLA. And those are the three options you have here. If I create a color here, not if, when I create a color here, you will see also the name of that here will update within the color picker, and it updates here on the page. As I have created the name, you will also see that next to the color swatch that appears here in the side panel, the name will also appear here. So if I had a name, I can just paste it in there. I'll go to my document and I'll grab this one, coffee bean. Now let's choose golden chestnut. And I'll copy the code, go back. And if I just paste it, I get my golden chestnut, and automatically Breakdance gives me the hash at the beginning so that we can complete that hex code. And that's how you can input any kind of value. I believe you can even type a name. Let's say red. Yes, so those CSS values for people who understand that, you can do that. If I delete it, it will give me again no color, and it defaults to the base color that is set within Breakdance. I've mentioned it a few times, the olden days. And if you have a small website or just a small little section and you have these codes ready, then go ahead, do it this way. But nowadays, I would highly discourage you from doing it this way. And the reason is that you are going to create a website, you're going to have headings, you're going to have paragraphs, you're going to have buttons all over your site. And you want to keep it consistent. Moreover, when you make changes to those colors, you want them to reflect immediately across your site. And the olden days, which I've mentioned now 4 or 5 times, those days we had to do it on a one-by-one basis. Today, we do it within global styling. And in Breakdance, that is done under global settings. I will just cancel this one over here. And typography, I'm also going let's delete the entire typography thing over here. And now also delete the section. I'll just delete it from here. These colors that I have in my corporate identity for my Potter, which is Lerato Ntuli, I want to bring that as global colors that I can use anywhere on my site, and I don't have to type the name every time. I can just click on a swatch and it will give that to me. To do that, go to the top with your options toolbar, select the 3 dots and select global settings, and we get a number of things that you can set up that will happen every time the way it should happen once you have set it here. But we're going to focus on colors and select colors. We're going to jump quickly away from these and go to the palette, because that is the standard. We're just making a one-page website and a palette is good enough for us. We select on edit and then the palette appears here. One thing in Breakdance, whenever you see this little menu or this little context box pops out and you see those 6 little squares, it means you can move it. Very convenient when working on the page. Let's bring it here, or let's keep it there, and I'm going to add a color, and that's how we start. So the first thing we do is add a color, and the same process that we had previously before is that you click here and you bring in the name, but we can do it much more easy. We don't have to open this selector over here. I'll go over here and I'll start usually with my dark color, which in this case is called Coffee Bean. I like these names, and I will select there and call it Coffee Bean. And then just tap to the next one and paste it, and there we go. Next one is add color, and I'll go now for the Golden Chestnut. I'll copy the code. I love these names. Golden Chestnut. And tap and paste. And now I will go for, which one did I use here? The Muted Teal. Let's add Muted Teal. I just want to put them in order from darker to light. And usually I will have a pure black and pure white. In this case, my pure black is being substituted by this Coffee Bean. Next one will go, will I use the bone? I'm not so sure. No, I'm going to skip the bone. I'll go to Antique White. We can bring it in later. And I love using the names because I'm not so sure. Maybe it's totally overboard. And then Ash Brown. And if you want to know where I got the names from, not from my creative mind, I'll show you after I've completed this. Ash White, that is wrong. Ash Brown, oh, that is brown. That's actually for my text. So Ash Brown. And then I have the option here. I can drag it. Yeah. So I'll drag it up there. I like to keep those in the order. I'll also put this one there. And then one more color is going to be white. And that one, I'll type in white. And the easy one for white is just F. And then it will give me white. And now I've created this color palette. If I wanted to add gradients, we can do so here. We're not going to be working with gradients in this tutorial. I'll close it and the palette has been created, and we have the little dot there to show us that we have created this. Now, when I go and I get a heading, I'll click, it drops it onto the page, already wraps it within a section, and I'll go to the styling, typography. I can go to color and you will see over here, they will appear. I'll click on Golden Chestnut. As we were in a heading, let's remove this quickly and go back to the global colors. On the right, we have these presets that will apply across your site and your text as well. For my brand, I'll select that and I'm going to choose my Golden Chestnut. Now we get to our text, and that is whenever I bring in an element that is text, or you also have the rich text editor, this will be the color it will use. And I'm going to go for Ash Brown, not the darker dark, but slightly a little below that. The headings I want all the way to my Coffee Bean. And then for the links, I will go again with Golden Chestnut. And then background is for my site. And I'm just going to make sure it's on white. You see there, as I click on white, the background changed. If you don't believe me, let's take it away. You can see it's slightly off white. I want it pure white. So I select it, and now the background by default is white. The reason we do it like this, if I come into my palette now, and I go to Coffee Bean, and I decide that I want to change Coffee Bean to something shocking, I can just do it here, put it on pink. My headings, the pink updates over here, and it updates everywhere on my page where I've used the pink. Of course, I don't want to do that, so I'll close it, Control Z, Command Z to undo, and I'm back to my Coffee Bean. The proof is in the pudding. Let's bring in another element, and I'll say add, and I'll bring in text. And when I drop the text in there, you can see that that is our ash brown. So if I go to my colors, typography, it's not going to appear here because it's set by default to this global color that we have created here. And if we bring in a link, let me type in link, text link, it should be our chestnut. What is it called again? Link is golden chestnut, our orange color. And that's how we set up the global colors. Again, I recommend you do this because everything we're going to do from on here, I'm not going to play around with colors that much anymore. We're going to make changes here and there to light and dark, but in most cases, my colors are set. And if I need to make any changes, I can just come and update my palette over here. If I do add a color while I'm working, I'll go to this heading. I don't want that color, so I'll go to the color settings, and then I'll bring in from my powder blue from my notes. I'll copy this one, and I can just paste it here, and you will see it changes to what is called powder blue. And now I think, I like this. I want to use it some more, so I'll click here and then just click on the plus, and I'll give it the name powder blue. And select save, and it is added to my palette below here, and it will appear in future. If I go over to the right where my global colors are, you will see it's also added here in the bottom. One thing I want to just say before we exit the colors, and I show you how to get those names if you want to spend time on that, is just click on save when you are done here. A few times I've made changes within the global section, and then when I went to preview, it will tell me I didn't do something, and when I come back, all my settings were gone. So even this, when you make changes here, you need to go ahead and save it. I want to grab a random color and show you how to get the name. So let's put it on this red here, this pink, and I'll copy that color name, the hex color. And now we go to a website called coolers.co. I love this site, color palette generator for free. They also have some premium options, which I never use. And it gives me this color theme generator. And if you want to generate, random stuff and come up with ideas, you just hit spacebar. And every time you hit spacebar, it will generate new colors. But what I want to do, I just want to grab the name of this color. For each of these colors, you will see there is a name below it. This one is dark cyan, deep teal, dusty taupe, is it taupe or taupe, almond silk, and honeydew. To paste the name of your color that we just grabbed there from Breakdance, click on change color and paste it. And at the bottom it says berry lipstick, and that's where I get the names from. I love it. Maybe if you're working with a client, you can impress them by, no, we call that berry lipstick, Mr. Johnson. Yeah. Totally not related to breakdowns, but just so that you can understand where I get the names from. And it makes it much easier for me to talk about shades of color. If I were to take this one, and I'll paste it again here, and now I drag it to the left to make a variant of it, you will see it's called Pink Mist. And we can do one more. Let's make this one a little bit darker. Over here, Dark Amaranth. Oh, I love these names. Very nicely done. That's how you can sound super smart next time you speak to your clients. And this is how we set up the global colors. I'll delete all of this. Let's go ahead and clear out the section. And I'm also going to my palette, and I will delete the powder blue. Simply select delete on the right. And these are the colors that we will be working with. The same speech I gave on colors is the same speech I'm going to give on typography. I'll bring in a heading, and I'll duplicate this a few times so we can work on this. And below the heading, I will bring in text. text and I'll grab some paragraph text. And this is usually how I go about when I set up my typography styling. This heading, select it, go to tags in the side panel and I'll put it on H1. It is H1. This one I'll put on H2 and this one I'll put on H3. Now for this one pager, I don't think I'm even using H3, but just in case I'll put it there. We're not going to go into the H4 to H6, but definitely H1 and H2 and then our paragraphs over here. Same area, if you want to open it, let's close the sidebar here on the right. Go to the settings toolbar in the top and then select global settings. And we did work with colors previously. There's a little dot indicating that we have made changes here. This time we're going to jump to typography. We're going to skip buttons, but buttons work exactly the same. Now for my mock-up, I remember so this is my mock-up and I think we're going to stick to this very clean setup. I don't want to use all the fancy little squirrely design script stuff I did for the second mock-up. It looked a little bit cluttered. I like this cleaner font for this, but this is up to you. And a tip here, if you are really stuck on what to do in terms of a font that works for your website, I recommend you go speak to our new friends, the AI. They have insights into this. Really, you just tell them, I'm creating a pottery website. I want it to look very earthly and I want it to be very organic. Which fonts will work good as a heading and as body text? And those are the two words. That's always very important. Heading font and body font. I would have switched these two around here. I start with the body font because that's usually our base font. So have a look at what is happening here on the canvas area, and on body font, I'm going to type in Inter and I'll select Inter Tight. And of course, these fonts we are getting for free from Google. Once I select it, you can see that my body font has updated to Inter Tight. It did not do it for the heading font, so the heading does not automatically come from the body font. So we're going to do the same, select the Inter, and I'll also go for Inter Tight. And you can see everything has changed. The base size is the size of your font in a paragraph. That is going to be your base size. Base size, I'm going to put on 18. And I know for many people like, what about 16? Because of mobile devices and because of my eyesight going down the drain, I found that actually it works very well on 18. It doesn't always look good from a design perspective. And what I mean is that 16 always looks so clean and, precise and makes you fall in love with the text. But 18 is legible. It's very easy to read it. And that's why lately I like to go for 18. But I want more control here. I want to change how the heading will look. I want to change how the H2 heading will look. And I want a little bit more control over the paragraph. And they've hidden that in Breakdance under Advanced. I don't really think it is advanced. I just think it's additional. But if they want to call it advanced, then c'est la vie. Body. And body is your paragraph, your text element. Select that and bring it in here. Color, we have already set the color under global colors. But you can make changes here if you want to. Not going to do that. Font family, we already set that over there. As well as the font size, we set that over there. So we're not going to play around with that. What I do want to change here is the line height. So I'll type in here 1 just to show you what happens when we have 1. And remember, the line height value is always in M, but I'll just put it on M for your reference. And I found that 1.4 works for me, maybe a little small, 1.5. The recommendation is that the M value is usually 10% from your base size. Whoa, say that again. The M value is 10% from your base size, and our base size is 18, so our line height should be 1.8. But I find that doesn't look good from a design perspective. Very good for reading. Put it in your book. I'll go for 1.4. That is really stretching it, and maybe I'll get a few points against me, but that is what I like. And that's all I want to change here. Good, so that's the body part. I'm done with that. Now I go to headings and I select on the edit for my headings. Let's drag it in here. Start with all headings. Is there anything that I want to change here? No. Well, I can go to the weight and make sure that all my headings are on 700, which will give me bold. nothing changes, which means it's already on that. If I put it on 100, you will see it gets to extra thin or scrawny little bugger. Not sure what that one is, but this is how you override the weight from the default settings of Breakdance. I'll put it on 700. Nothing is going to change. Why? Because Breakdance already put my headings on 700. Line height. Again here, I make a change which is personal. I like to know that my M value for my heading is 1. And once I put in 1, you can see everything becomes narrow here. The reason I put that there is I don't like my headings breaking into 2 lines. And if my heading were to go into a second line, like if I say this is a heading, let's take this over here and I'll put it in this heading. I'll paste it. You will see it breaks into 2 lines. Let's go back to advanced headings, all headings, bring it here. This one is too low for this. And again, we will increase it maybe 1.2. For headings, you use a smaller line height. Otherwise, it just becomes all over the place. But because I'm going to try and avoid multiple lines for a heading, I'll stick with 1. And if I get, in those cases, one that goes beyond it, I may make a change on the page and override it, or we can come back here and make changes. But for now, I'll just stick to 1. And that is all headings. So I'll just type in here, this is a heading, H2. Things closed here. Let's open the advanced again, which that didn't happen. Select headings again. And because I'm going to work with H1 and H2, and there it closes. So the moment I click on the page, it closes. Annoying. Remember that. Let's go to H1. What we'll do is set the font size for, where are we? H1. So let's leave it on 76. That is H1. And the other thing I'm going to do is make it all caps. Go again to another advanced option here, and I select transform, and I make it all caps. So my heading H1 is always going to look like this. I'm done with the H1. H2, that's the one below that. Same procedure. I'm going to put my font size on 48. And then my line height is already overridden by the all headings section, so I don't need to care about this. And I'm going to make sure that this one is always on capitalize, which means every word will start with a capital. Not always good for this is a heading, so I'll rather than go for none, and I'll type it in the way I want. Let's just clear out the transform option over here. And if I were to bring in an H3, let's do that. I will set the font size to 36. And we've now gone ahead and we've created our typography very nicely. That means that if I come to this heading that is currently H2 and I decide to make it a H1, it will look like the H1 and everything is all caps. And if I go back to H2, you can see I have the normal H2 setting that I've created in the typography. With these 2 settings, global settings completed, and remember, before I continue, save, Control S, Command S. With these 2 completed, I am ready now to start building. I will close this panel on the right, open my structure, and I will remove everything on this page so that we can start from fresh. Let's take a break, go grab a cup of coffee, a little bit of tea or something to kick it up, and then we begin building our one page for our potter, and that is Lerato Ntuli. We are going to build 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 to 9 sections. Give you a quick reminder of the website we are going to be building, one pager for Letabo, not Lerato Ntuli. And this is her pottery workshop or studio. About herself, we're going to create a gallery section, then this process section with a video, testimonial, a workshop section where people can sign up to join a workshop, the very also important contact form, and we'll have a footer at the bottom and some navigation at the top as well. I think even on the one pager, navigation is very important. Otherwise, people may be confused as to what is the purpose of the website. This one is what we're going to be starting with, is the hero section. I often do a little bit of wiring, or rather sketching, before I start designing websites, or I use some ideas from pre-made blocks. And then I look at it and just ask myself, what am I going to be creating here? I'll have an image in the background. I'll have the section at full height. So full height for the viewport. That means it's going to stretch 100% from up here all the way to the bottom here. Then inside, I will have a container because I will need to create this block effect. Inside that, I have a heading, which will be heading 1. Then I have a line. I have text, and I'm just going to use normal paragraph text. I clearly have spacing here, and I'll add 3 links here that when I click on them, it will take me to that section within the page, these jump links that we will be creating. At the bottom, I have a Lottie animation here. I'm going to leave this one out for now. There is a Lottie element within Breakdance. It isn't for free, it's a pro version. But remember, I told you can still use it while building out in free. It will just not display on the front. Back to Breakdance. Let's begin building out this first hero section. Every section starts with a section. Click in the middle and I just select section. And before I bring in my heading, remember I mentioned that I need a frame like this that I can put all my content in. And because of that, I'll bring in a container. If you're not familiar with this world of flex or whatever term it is that any builder is using because it changes from one to the other, then don't let that get to you. But remember, every time you just want to put something within Breakdance in a container, you want to give the container maybe a border or a shadow or a background. And with that, it will give you the control. You go for this element called div. Like, div is just the container, and the container, you can put anything into it. Div is the Tupperware of the building blocks within most builders. I select div and it drops it here on the left. Do not let that scare you. And on the right in my structure, you can see I have the section, and within the section, I have the div. What I do now is I bring in all those things that I will need to build out this hero section. The first thing I will bring in is a heading. Click on the plus. You can go to the panel on the left and select heading. And then under the heading, I want to bring in a divider as a line. And that was a divider. So I'll click on add and I'll type in divider. And it gives me this option for a fancy divider. It's the only option we have. And select, and it drops it onto the page. With the fancy divider selected, I'll add again. This time I'll look for my text. And you have 2 options, text and rich text. The rich text we will use later on. Very useful element. Love it. Absolutely adore it. In this case, simple is better. Text. I know I want to add space between this text and the links that we will have. Unfortunately, because I just love a spacer element, there is no such thing in Breakdance. But we're going to do that with margins, so not to cry about that. Below this, we'll bring in links and we'll use a button for that. So I'll click on add and then we'll go to search element button and I'll drop the button. And I think we've got everything that we need to start building this out. Look on the right structure. So we have a section at the top. Then we have a div. Note that the div always stretches by default to the content that is in it. Because this heading is so big, it's a H1 heading, it stretches all the way. If I were to change this heading, which we will do soon, you will see the div will also stretch. Then we have the heading, we have the fancy divider, which we barely can see. Then we have a text element and then the button. Let's begin with the section. That's where our background goes. Select the section. You can do that. Remember, a number of ways. I can click here on section in the structure. Alternatively, I can go onto the page and hover any area where I know it's only section and select it, and it will give me section. The third way you can do it is click on any of these elements and go to the little tab at the top and select the up, and that will take you to the parent element, which in this case is the div. So I need to click again and it gives me the section. The preferred two would be the one in the structure and the section areas on the page. Every time I select one of these elements, the options here in the side panel on the left will change. If I click on the heading, you will see it takes me to the heading settings. Click on the button, it says button, and so forth. And once I select section, it says section. Breakdance is the evolution of a page builder by the same developers. And that original one is called Oxygen. Oxygen had a feature up here, which is breadcrumbs, which I love, which will say section, div, heading, and you can just select the breadcrumbs. And I know you don't know what I'm talking about, but if you've ever used Oxygen, that's an awesome feature. Very nice to navigate right from this panel. And I hope Breakdance, you can give us that breadcrumb feature here as well. We're in this section, and this is maybe one of the few times you're only going to see 2 tabs here. But this section is oh so important, and the reason for that is a lot of what you're going to do in terms of layout is going to be determined here. Wait a minute, you see this little dot here next to layout? We didn't make any changes. Why are there changes to it? And if you select it, you will see that it is put in this position that is vertical. This is done so by default. Don't worry about it. Something that is just the way it is. But we're going to start with a background. So we select background and we want to bring in an image, select the image, and then we choose. It opens the WordPress library and we bring it in from our assets. I'll bring this in one by one, like I mentioned earlier, so you can see how we work with it. And this is my hero. I'll click, hold, and drag it onto the library. It is selected by default, and we choose here in the bottom right corner. The next step is to make this section full height. Go to the panel on the left, and we had layout, we had background, and that will probably take us to size. Let's select size and see what it gives us. It lets us set the height as well as the width. From the drop down, we have 3 options. And this is very convenient that Breakdance already gives us the option to make this 100% full height width in the browser. Do that by selecting Viewport. If you don't know what Viewport is the real estate within your browser. So everything below the address bar in your browser up to where the taskbar is in the bottom of your operating system, this whole area is the viewport. By selecting this viewport, what Breakdance is going to do is make sure this setting is 100% all over the viewport, from left to right, top to bottom. The proof is in the pudding. Select viewport, and there we go. Everything is nicely stretched. Next, I want to go to the div. Click on div in the sidebar, and the first thing I'm going to do is change the background color to this one that we want is the orange, or the chestnut, golden chestnut. With the div selected, again, you will see we only have 2 tabs in the side panel on the left, and this is again background. Select background, this time choose color. At the bottom, golden chestnut. We're going to reduce the opacity, grab the slider, and note the values there at the bottom. You can actually bring it down till you see 30 added to it, and that is 30%. This works nicely for us. Something strange, right, is that this div is not stretching all the way from left to right. We want it to be fully stretched so that it looks good. Currently, it doesn't look anything like we want it to look. This is how divs work. They are going to auto-adjust to the size of the contents within it. If you want the div to be like a specific container, we've got to tell it to act like that. We do that. Let's close the background and we go to container. Nice little option here. And here is the width. Go to the settings and we will select percentage, or you can select viewport width, but I'm going to go for percentage. And this percentage will be the percentage on the canvas. So just watch what I do. I'll type in 100. It will fill the canvas area within the section. And this is exactly what we want for this one. And then for our design, we're going to add padding all around, and that will be within spacing. Let's close this one. Let's go to spacing. Not spacing. Let's go back to container. Here is the padding. Yes, sometimes not always in the place you expect it to be, but it is there at the end of the day. Padding, select the settings, and this is where you enter the padding: top, right, bottom, and left. I'll add 75 pixels all around. So the first thing I'll do is type in 75 pixels at the top. But now I don't want to type in 75 pixels for each one. And all you need to do is select apply all. Now let's hit apply all, and it's going to make it uniform for all size. And we have this nice layout over here. While we are here, this is where the layouts of divs and containers become really important. Is that we want all the content inside this div to be aligned to the center. And we give that instruction within the div. This always happens on a layout level. Remember, every time you want to put something on the left or right or the middle, or you want to rearrange them, structure, you go and look for the layout option. Select layout, and we have these two to start with. It is by default on vertical. So once I select vertical, nothing is going to happen. Just to show you, if I go to horizontal, you will see that these 4 elements are now in line next to each other. We want them aligned vertically. The layout then determines the direction, and then we go to the alignment. Where do you want this to be aligned? On the left, on the right, of course, in the middle, and there we achieve that. Vertical alignment is not important here, but one decision you will need to make is about gap. Now, the gap is the amount of space between the elements. I'll add a crazy number here, like 100. Now there is 100 pixels between each of these elements. Actually, in this case, a little bit of space between all of them will work very well, but not too crazy, because then it becomes very difficult later to work with that in responsive view. So I'll just add something like 20, just to start off with. If I need more space, I will do that by changing the margins of each of these elements. Next, I want this div to be in the center of this section. I want it to be in here. But remember, this div, any instruction I give this div is only for the contents inside the div. If I want to tell the div to be in a specific position within the section, I have to give that instruction to the section. So let's select the section. I'll click up here on section. And remember, anytime we want to move things around, layout, structure, we go to layout. We do the same here. It's already vertical. It's already in the middle. But this time, I also want to vertically align it to the center, or it's called middle here, which is also center. And once I click on this one, you will see it moves nicely here into the middle. And now I'm much closer to what I wanted to achieve. Great. So we've set up the layout. This is something, if you've never worked with this kind of concept, you will get used to it over time. Once you are used to it, and you go back to basic layout and structure that other builders offer you, you'll get very annoyed by it because this is so flexible. I really urge you, if you are not used to this kind of editing, just stick with it and test it a little bit, follow along with what I'm doing and other people on YouTube. You'll get the hang of this, and it is super awesome. Right, let's work on content, and because we have already styled out typography, we bring in this heading, and by default, it is set to H1. Select the heading by clicking on it, go to the settings in the side panel on the left, tags, and choose H1. You'll see nothing changes. If you go ahead and choose H2, you will see that will make a change. So by default, it's going to be on H1. If you are not confident whether it is on H1 or not, go ahead and put it on H1. One change we need to make here, and that is color. But before that, we can actually change the text. I'll go to my sheet where all my info is. I have here Le Tabo, and I'll copy that. Triple click within the element, and that will select the text, and I can just paste it, or alternatively in the text box on the left, you can just select all of that, delete it, and then paste Control V, Command V. Everything is in all caps, but it's breaking into 2 lines. We want to keep it in 1 line. But before we do that, let's change the color. We go to the colors here, and actually we can do that in the global settings because the H1 we're only going to use once in this module. Typography, color, and we'll put it on the white swatch. To change the size, like I said, we're going to use it only once. So instead of overwriting it here under typography, I'd rather go to the settings. I'll go to global settings, typography, advanced, headings, heading 1, and then currently at 76, let's put it on 64, and it will fit in. Close out those, and we are done with that. Next is the line. Select the line. We go to our settings for the design, select divider. The style I will use here is solid. The pattern is a solid pattern, but you still need to assign a color over here. In this case, it's white. And then the size is actually the height of the line. I'll put it on 3 pixels. Close out. And then for the width, I'll keep it on pixels. Many people like this on percentage. I don't like it on percentage because otherwise it becomes way too small on mobile phone. I'll just set it on 100 pixels. No real function except give some separation and make the site look better. Next one is our text element. Let's go to our paragraph and grab it over here. I'll copy back into Breakdance. Again, triple click to select all the text and then paste it. Change the color. We go to the styling, typography, and then color. We start over here with white. In this case, I want to override the weight. The weight is probably by default at 400. I want to make it a little bit more skinnier, so I'm going to put it on 200. Again, this is for design effect. The line height, everything else is fine. But one little tip I want to give you when you are creating a hero section like this is that your paragraph or subtitle or extra information text should never exceed the boundary of your heading, your main heading. What do I mean by that? Let me bring up this one, change the color to something shocking so I can show you. Here is my main heading, and here is the text under that. And this area here, you can see that this paragraph is wider than my main heading. And when we are designing for a hero section, this is just a design tip. Always make sure that this paragraph is narrower than your main heading. And we do that the following way. And I like this in Breakdance with your text element selected. Under your design area, you go to size. You'd be mistaken to think that this size will relate to the font. But what I've learned in Breakdance is that these settings are always related to the element, not the function of the element, but the element. So if you want to change the size of the element, then you click here on size. And this is a very nice feature. It gives you the width. You can set it in pixels, but you'll know me. I like percentage, so I'm going to go ahead and put it on 80%. And that 80% is going to be 80% of the container it is within, including the padding, which in this case is the div. Even the 80%, I think we should squash it a little bit more. So I'll go for 70%. There we go. A little bit too squashed, but you understand what I mean by it should be narrower. I think the 70 is just too narrow. Let's make it 75, split it even. And now we get these little hangovers. So we're going to settle on 80 for what it's worth. Let's just have a look in the preview how this will look. We've save first, Control S, Command S, and then preview is Alt Option P. Very nice. This actually looks pretty cool already. What we'll do now is add a little bit more space above and below the divider. We'll add more space below the paragraph, and then we'll build out those 3 links that we will be setting up later. To close the preview, you can go to the top right corner and select Close Preview, or just hit Escape on your keyboard right back into the builder. Let's bring in those margins that I talked about. I'll select my main heading, cursor at the bottom, until you see that purple bar appear, and then you drag. And this is where I know a lot of us want to be perfect. I just drag it in until it looks good. In the past, I used to type it in very precisely. Nowadays, I'm just like, it looks okay. Let's move on. Click on the text, go to the top, again, hold. But instead of dragging up, if you drag up to add space, nothing will happen. You have to drag down, right? We add another 15 pixels or so. More space, it looks better. The space between the paragraph and our links is much more. So I'll click again here on the text element, go to the bottom, and I'll drag around. Let's make it 75, just to make it even if I get to set there. And now we work with our links. We're going to have 3 buttons. The first thing I will do is I'm going to style out this button perfectly. And then after that, I am going to copy the buttons so that they are the same. However, having said that, there is a great feature within Breakdance, and we'll work on that quite a lot, is that instead of styling each button separately, I can style one button, create a preset, and then once I change the preset, it will change all the other. You know what? Let's do it from the beginning so you know what I'm talking about. So, having a look here, I want 3 links, so I'm going to need 3 buttons. The first thing I will do is duplicate the button. And the button, what's going on here? Why are they below each other? Aha, because they are separate elements. If I go to my structure, you will see that these buttons are separate elements. They are not in line, and they are within this div, and everything is center aligned. If you know Flex, you know exactly what to do. If you don't, you need to think again. I want them to be contained in the same container, and they have to be next to each other. And that means I have to put them in that general container. And every time I talk about a general container, you remember it is a div. We can do that by going to Add and then select Div. Right, so I'm going to show you how to do this. The first thing I will do, where do I want to add this div? Let's add it below the last button. I click on the last button, then I go to Add and I select Div, and it will drop the div here. Now to bring those buttons into the div, very easy. You click, hold and drag. You don't even have to go to that little thing at the top. And now you can see that that button has been moved into the div. You can also see it here in the structure. This is where the structure comes in really, really handy. Gives you that visual representation of what is going on your page. Let's do it with the second one. Grab the button, drag it in, and drop. And the third one. And there we have 3 buttons within the div. Beautiful. Now I want them to be horizontal. So I have to instruct the div to put them horizontal. Select the div in the structure. And every time we talk about structure or layout, it's under the layout option. Select layout. This time we're going to select horizontal. Finally, we're using this horizontal option. And now all those buttons are horizontal. The next thing we have to do is add gaps between them. And this is also where the gap feature comes in very handy. And I'll add 35 pixels. That's a nice little spacing over there. If you don't know what I just did, practice it 10 times. And do it again and again, because this is the foundations of how you work with building out superstructures within Breakdance. And many other builders are starting to follow suit in regards of what is called a flex box. And we also will work with a grid, which is often referred to as a CSS grid. Don't care about those fancy names. Just know that the div is the almighty container that allows you to put everything in there and arrange it in any order you want. And you can put divs within divs, within divs, within divs. Just think of those Tupperware containers, one inside the other. That's exactly what you can do with a div. Now let's style out the button. The first one is About Me. And to change the text, I triple click on the text and I'll type in About Me. And I typed it in capitals. That's fine. And we style it out. The text, the link we'll bring in later. Let's go to the design area. We go to the button. And I want to choose this style, text, only text. You can see now it changes. Then I select text, open this. The typography, I want to change the color first to white. And then the font family is Inter. But what I'll do is I'll change the font size. Let's put it on 24. And the weight, I'm also going to put it on 200, same as the one at the top. Just want to make sure it's on Inter. I think it's on Inter, but that should be fine. And the line height, as you know me, I'm going to put it on 1, just in case there's a little bit of line height there. One nice feature, if you select here Advanced, I think it's Advanced. No, not Advanced. Let's close it out and close out Typography, text here. Next one is this fancy underline. I like this. This is pretty nice. So what happens, let me just click outside it. Currently, you cannot see, nothing happens, right? If I hover over it, it doesn't look like a link. And I always tell people, you should only make things grow, expand, or change on your page if you want people to click on it. Mentally, we are geared to think, oh, I can click on this. But in this case, as I hover over it, it doesn't look like anything will happen. Select it again. We go to text, and then you use the fancy underline. And I'll just go with style 1. Now, when I hover over it, there's a nice little line animation. Love this. Very good, Jenny, right? And we're going to use this for all of them. Just remember, we will bring in the link to the About Me section later once we have built out the entire page. With this now, the challenge is I can go ahead and duplicate this one more time, and then change these two. Or I can show you the one. Let's delete these. I'll show you how you work with presets. Select the button. At the very top, under the design, you will see it says Choose Design Preset. Click on it. Select Create Preset from Design. Give it a name. I will call this Button Min for minimalism, and I'll select Save. Go to the next button, click on it. Design in the panel. From the drop-down, select Button Min, and look at that. Do the same for the next one. And Button Min, and they all change. Let's change the text for this one. What is this one again? View Gallery. Okay, make it all caps. View Gallery. And the next one is to commission work. Commission work. Now, the beauty of the preset is the following. Perhaps I decide later that I want to add a little bit of letter spacing and maybe change the size of this link as well. I can click on any of these. Now you will see under the layout, it is basically locked. And for me to go into the settings, I have to click on Edit. Once I click on Edit, the settings we are used to, that's in the left here, is now on the right. That's okay. We don't really care about where it is as long as it is there. Select the button. We go to text. And now let's change the typography. We change the font size. We make it a little bigger. Let's make it, it's on 23. Why 23? Let's make it 18 to make it smaller. Let's change the weight to 300. And what I want you to observe, let me just show you. Let's grab the font size and I'll drag it up. As I drag it up, it changes all of the links. And this is the power of the preset, is that any changes I make now within the preset will affect all of those places where the preset has been applied to text. So I can bring it back to something like 18. The weight is 300. And I'll go to Advanced. And then here I will have some letter spacing and I'll put it on 2. Great. And let's say I want to change also the style of the fancy underline. Let's go for underline 6. Now it's different. It already has a line. And when I hover over it, there's a new animated line moving in that's thicker. And I can even change the underline color here. So let's make that our golden chestnut. And it moves in with white. Okay, that's pretty nice. But I'm going to remove this. And that preset function there is going to save you so much time. Nice. In terms of design, we are not done. I miss the old days where the tutorials used to end here. But then came along around 2016, 17, and responsiveness became a big thing. Responsiveness always means tablet and mobile devices. At the beginning, a lot of us so-called designers were not really into it. We still stuck to just desktop design. Even many page builders on the market resisted this new mobile thing. But it soon became very apparent, and today it is as clear as daylight, that you have to make sure that this website will look good on a mobile device. And in fact, sometimes you may have to design a complete different section that will fit just your mobile, because we interact differently with these devices. We touched on responsiveness earlier. Let's go to the top where you see the little screen, select it, and we have these 5 options. And the first one we do is click on Tablet Landscape. In almost every case, the tablet landscape will be okay. The reason the tablet landscape will be okay is that the canvas area, if I go to the top, this area, I'll bring in and clear this out. This area here, which is my canvas wherein I can work, is usually set to that area of the tablet. So you will see the moment I move to tablet landscape, it just brings it in all the way to that. So all the content within that canvas is going to look good. You probably don't need to make any changes. Not to get too technical, but the size here is 1,000. I keep on saying 100. 1,119 pixels and below. This is a very good size for also small laptops. Things change the moment you go to tablet portrait. And in this case, I think it looks okay, but what you do observe is that my title breaks into 2 lines. That is not a problem. The only thing you have to start considering here is now your text box becomes a little bit squashed as well as this one up here. There's way too much negative space on the left and right. It looks a little bit off-centered. What we can do is change the padding of the div. So I'll select the div by clicking in the area of the div. Then go to Container, Padding. Unfortunately, it doesn't show me the padding settings of what it is at currently. I do know there's a beta feature for this that will be there in the future, but I'm not going to use this. I don't want to mess up anything here. But in this case, I'm going to reduce the padding. I'll put it around 15, and then I'll click to apply all to see how that looks. It's okay, but at the top and bottom, I want more. So I'll put 35 at the top and 35 at the bottom. Now that I've done that, I'll click on the text. And remember, when you work with the size of the container, you will find that under size. Select size, go to width. I'll put it on percentage. And in this case, let's put it on 90, make it wider. And to follow my own rule, I'll click on the heading, go to Typography, font size, pixels, let's put it on 48. Now we are closer to what we want to do with this one. And that is for our tablet in portrait mode. Remember, as I make changes to these, you can also change between the different responsive views by going to any of these settings and select the little icon next to it and cycle through them over here. Next one up is phone landscape. And now we have to make a number of changes. I think this one looks okay. And in this case, I'm going to allow this to break into 2 lines. This one over here, let's click on it. I think the width should be 90%. I'll put it again on 90%. And our buttons here at the bottom is also okay. They are in 2 lines, but I find that works okay for us. And finally, we go to phone portrait. Things become really tight at this point. And usually we remove as much of the margins and padding where we can. So I'll go to the div first. I'll go to the container. Then I'll go to padding. And I'll put in 5 pixels on the left and the right. I'll keep the bigger pixels at the top and the bottom. Next, I will click on the button. And I'll click on Edit because this is a preset. It opens in the right side panel. I'll go to Text, Typography, font size. I'll bring it down to 16. Just make it a little bit smaller. But apart from that, nothing more I'm going to do there. Let's save everything and then go and preview it. And I'll first go up to desktop so we can start at the desktop. The shortcut for preview is Alt-P, Option P. Then go to the right where you see the 3 little dots, grab it and drag it in. Every time you get to one of the new displays, which is a breakpoint, we will see those changes take effect. And as I go through this, it looks good. And now I'm going to start getting to my mobile device. And then finally, around here, I'm going to see it go into boom. This is where your iPhone area will be. Unfortunately, this is not how it's going to look on the front end on a mobile device. It doesn't have all this length. And this is just one of those shortcomings within the previews of all the builders on the market. So to do this, you will need to go, and I just exit and I'll just go back here to desktop. You will need to go and check this on the front end with a URL. Let's go to the X in the top right hand corner, select copy URL and open a new tab. Paste that and it will give us our website. And to access those simulations of how it will look, we hit F12 on our keyboard. This opens the inspector, and depending on which one you use, you look for this icon that shows you the responsive design mode. I'll select this one. And then with the responsive design mode, let me close this. Now, when I choose something like iPhone, okay, they only have 12 and 13 here. This is how it will look on an iPhone. And we're very happy with this. However, I think I do need her image here in the picture. Otherwise, just the hands, it's a little too centered for my taste. So I'll go back into Breakdance. Then we'll go to Phone Portrait. I'll select a section because that's where my background is. Then go to Background. And then from here, I will go to which one? Image Settings. Scroll down and Position. Scroll all the way to the bottom and you will find Custom. And once you get Custom, you will see we have this little selector here that I can drag around. And I'm going to put it like so. Yeah, much better. I want her in the image. This is the brand we are working on, but I also want to show the pottery. So that's why I'm going to make the change here on this level. Great. That was quite a ways to get to it. If you don't remember what I did, I clicked on Section, then we went to Background, then we went all the way to Image Settings. Image Settings, we went to Position, scroll down all the way to the bottom where Custom is, and then we changed it over here. Sometimes a little too much diving in Breakdance. It's just the way it is. Again, once you get used to it, you know exactly where to find it. Remember to save it. Control S, Command S. We jump to the front end. Let's refresh. And then, yeah, very good. In my case, I just want to show you I use a developer tool called Sizzy, and there are a number of these apps on the market. I'll open this, and what it does, it allows me to look at the website with all the different displays I have put here. Now, this is the mockup I've worked on, so I'm going to copy this URL, and we go back into Sizzy, and I'll paste this. And now we can see how it will look on all these devices. Very nice. This makes you feel much better about your design. You immediately know it's working well. So the one I've got here is a Retina display, which is for your 4K. And you can see there's always a lot of this real estate on the sides. Then we have here our desktop, which is your normal HD. Looks really good. Then your smaller MacBook Air, which is 1440. But that's also where the landscape for the tablet will come into play. As long as it looks good on your landscape tablet, it will probably look good here. Then we have the tablet here, and if I want to see it in landscape view, I think it's this button. Yep, it works well. And here it is on the phone. I'm usually not too concerned about how it looks on landscape on the phone because that's always going to be a challenge if you have these hero sections, and we won't see how it will look until we build out the About Me section below it. Very good. We have created our first section for our page. I'll close this one that we have here on the front end. I go back into Breakdance. I'll go to the desktop. We did quite a lot. The more we do this, the quicker it will go. Of course, baby steps at the very beginning. Slowly but surely, we're making headway. The next section is an About Me section. And because we are creating a one-pager website, we take those typical pages like my product, my services, my contact, and my About Me pages, and we make sections out of them. This is what we're going to do. Very straight up standard section, but we're going to use a different layout structure this time. And that's where all those different container elements within Breakdance come in very handy. Jump back into Breakdance. This is where we left off. And now we want to create a new section. To do that, you just go ahead to add. Let's do that and click on section. And it's going to drop that section below the current section. You don't have to select anything on the page. You just go ahead and click on section. The first thing I will do is give this section a background color. Select background, go to color, and we choose this one, antique white. Nice little off-white, creamy little color for our pottery website. Next, we are going to create columns. And within Breakdance, if you know you're going for something that can be put in columns, you go for the columns element. Click on the plus. From the properties panel, we go here. Under section, the first one is columns. Even though I'm a big div user and you can build out columns exactly the same with divs, columns are set up, ready to go, and very comfortable. Click on it. And the next thing we do is we choose a column structure. 2 columns. Very nice. In the first column, I will add an image. Click on the plus and select image under the basic elements. Alternatively, you just type image in the search elements. Click and it drops the image onto the page. Sidebar on the left, under media, select choose, and we bring in the image, the About Me image. Choose. And for all intents and purposes, we're not going to make major changes to this. The only thing I will do is reduce it in size. With the image selected, you go to the Design tab, select, go to Image, is that right? And the width. I always get a little bit confused between which one I'm working with, the image or the container. I'll put the maximum width on percentage, and then I'll put it on 80%. And what it's going to do, as I hover over it, you will see the blue line there on the right. That is the column. So there's 80% of this image within the column. I don't want it all the way to the left. I want it to be centered in the column. Select the column, go to Layout, and then we do what we've been doing from the hero section. We make sure that once we have it on vertical, we go to Alignment and put it in the middle. And that's what we're going to do for this image. But I'm going to style it out with a little bit of flair quickly to show you. Select the image by clicking on it. Make sure your Design tab is open. And we go to Borders. And the first thing I will do under Styling, I will give this border a width of, let's go for 5 pixels. 5 is fine. Delete that first because I don't want to apply it to all the borders. I only want to apply it to the right. So click here on the border right, make it 5 pixels, and then select Border Bottom and make it 5 pixels. Now I'm going to do something that sounds very counterproductive. Go to Color and select the same color as the background. So Antique White. And I have to do that also, for the one on the right, set that color also independently. There we go. So essentially, I didn't make any design. But the design is going to come in now when I add a shadow. So still under Borders, Styling, and then you see Shadow, Add Shadow. And what we do is we're going to give it a shadow, and I'll make the X offset 15, the Y 15, I think this is too much, and the blur I'll make 0. Go to the color, and I will use my ash brown. No, let's go for the golden chestnut. That's where I had it. I think that 15 is too big. Let's make it something more reasonable, 5 just to give it, you see, just that little bit of flair. And that's how I achieve that effect. There are many other things that we can do with this image, but we're going to stop here because we're at module 1. We can deep dive into other settings for the image in the upcoming modules. The column on the right, we're going to bring in some text and a divider and a button. For your reference, we're going to do this text, divider, your H2, more text, subtitle, we have a paragraph, and then we have a call to action here, rather button link, jump link to our contact form on the page. Let's set that up. I'll bring in a text. And this is what I will do because I have that. I will look for my text, enter on my keyboard. Next, I will add a divider, which is called a fancy divider. After that, I will bring in a heading for my H2. Where am I? Heading. Then I will have a subtitle, which is like a heading, but I'm going to use text for that. Then I'll have a whole paragraph section, which is more text. And then finally below that, I will have a button. So I'll click and add my button basic. Let's just select button, do it a little bit differently. Let's begin styling it out. This section I will call About Me. I'll type it in caps. Go to the Design tab, and then we'll go to our typography. The color I will set to our coffee bean. Alignment is right. Font family, font size. Let's make it 24, a little bit bigger this time. I'll make the weight 700 for bold. And what I will make sure is that the line height is 1. And then under Advanced, I will go to letter spacing and put it on 2. And finally, I think it is too big at 24. So let's go down and put it on 18, which is probably the base it started with. And that's what I want for that one. Up next is the divider. Select the divider. And if you cannot do that, go to the structure panel on the right. And I'll do the same that I did previously for my divider. I'll select the divider. I go to Style, put it on Solid, Pattern. And the color is also going to be this black. The size is 3 or 5. 3 is good. And then finally, the width is 100 pixels. In this case, let's leave it at 100 pixels. you see we're going to style this kind of divider out a few times. And the moment you know you're going to use it across your site on your page all the time, it's a good idea to go ahead and make a preset for it. So that if I want to make a change to divider later on, I can just update the preset and it will update the entire divider across my page, just for, safety reasons. So I'll go ahead and click in Choose Design Preset, click on Create Preset from Design, select the text and call it Short Divider. Select the heading. I'll go to the text box, Le Tabo Ntuli, that's her name, and this is a H2. We've already set up the font and the sizes, so we don't have to do that here. I'll add space at the top, so there's a little bit of space between the divider and our heading, and you do that by clicking and dragging in. Next text element, I'll triple click and type in Cape Town Potter. I'm sticking to the word Potter, I'm not even sure if that is real. And then we style it out. Go to our design section, typography, the color, we'll put that on golden chestnut. We're going to make it bigger. Let's put it on 20 and give it also a little bit of letter spacing, advanced letter spacing 2. On the page, I go to the margin at the bottom, click, hold and drag, and I'll add a lot of space to around 50 pixels. And what separation like this does, it just gives structure to all your elements on the page. If you cannot drag it to the value you want, make sure your element is selected and then panel on the left, spacing, and you will see the 50 pixels is already here in the margin bottom. So if you have that problem dragging on the page, just come to the spacing section and then you can set your top margin as well as the bottom margin. And remember, there's responsive controls for that as well. For my text, which is my basic text element, I'll just go ahead and grab the text from my info sheet. Here we go, copy, triple click to select the text, paste the text, and I can add a line break here to give it more space. I will do that, not my favorite way of doing it. I would rather use the rich text element here, but let's stick to the text element for this moment. Go to design, and do we want to use the preset that we had created earlier? Select that and click on button minimum. It's kind of what I have in mind, but I want to do it a little bit differently. So I will detach this button here from these up here. So I'm going to keep the current formatting, but I'm going to detach it, separate it from that preset so that it doesn't affect these guys up here. With the button selected, we are here. And then you simply select this little link with the slash through it and select it. Nothing is going to change on the page, but what is happening now is that when I make changes, I'll go to the button. The first thing I will do is go to text. Let's change the color so you can see, whoa, typography, there we go. And I'll put this on my coffee bean. It changes to this coffee bean color, but these guys are now detached from this one. He is now on his own. I can make the changes here with typography, advanced. I also just want to make sure everything is all caps here. And then triple click to select the text, commission work, and let's add a little icon there. So to do that, I have to think now carefully. Text, and it's set here arrow. Strange, they call it arrow, I guess, because most people use arrow. Select the arrow, and you get arrow 1, arrow 2, arrow 3. Just to show you, that's the arrow 1 and 2 and 3. If you've worked with me, I like custom stuff. I like to do my own thing. We'll work with uploading custom icons in module 2. For now, we're going to stick with what we've got here. But what I want to do is add that little hand that points to the right. So click choose and then in search all icons. I will just type in hand. You can see we have a number of icons here. Font Awesome 6, brands, regular, solid, and icon moon free. And then you can upload your own, which is what I will show you, like I promised, but not today and not in this module. This is the hand I was looking for. Hand point right, select, drops it in nicely there. And you can add more space between your button title and the hand. Let's see if I put in 15. Let's make it 20. A little bit more separation. 15 is too much. Let's go for 18. And you have hover transition and arrow size if you want to increase that as well. But in my case, I'm pretty pleased with what we have here. Let's clean it up a tad. I think these two titles here are too close to each other. I'll select this and just add a little bit of separation. Let's say 5 pixels around there. And I'll add more space here at the bottom. Drag this. Let's put it on 100 pixels. Oh, there we go. Another thing that I like to do is when you have paragraph text that goes all the way to the column, often we just add a little bit of negative space here on the right to box it in a little bit more and make it look better. I'll click on the text element. Now this time we go to design and then we'll go to size. And I can change the width here and I'll put it on a percentage and I'll put it on 80%. And now you see the box shrinks to 80% of the column. Looks much more to what I had in mind. Let's add a little bit of more space below it and drag the commission work like here, almost in line with that image. Good. In the second mockup, I created an overlay for the background. Here you kind of have to know what you are doing, but if you see what I'm doing and you feel confident enough, you can do that as well. Click on the section to select it with background. The option here in the sidebar is overlay. Select that and we have an option. You can have overlay color, which is very common, an image, gradient. I'm going to select image. So wait, I'm going to put an image over the color in the background? Yeah, right. And what is important about this image, it needs to be in black and white. Even if it has a transparent background, that's good, but at a minimum grayscale from black to white. Click on choose. And then here is the image you can see. Let me just open it so you can see how it looks. Pottery, flowers, love, nature, the works. And it's all in grayscale. Click, hold, and drag. Once it has uploaded, we say choose. First things first, let's see what we can do. I'll drag this and can I resize this panel? Let me see. I'm just curious. Nope, it doesn't want me to make this larger. That's a pity. That would have been nice if I could make this longer, but nonetheless, we go to image size. Currently, it's at full. That's fine. Clear that out. Image settings. And here I want to go to cover. And now we have more of the image in here. Next, we go to effects, blend mode, and we select overlay. That looks pretty nice, but we can also work on other ones like multiply. And once we select something like multiply, you go to opacity and you bring it down to something 0.2. That's how we can add a nice bit of graphic design. I feel it's a little bit crowded in some way, so let's take it down to 0.1. Whenever you are unsure of a graphic design that you've made to your site, the rule should be remove it or alternatively reduce it like we are doing in this case. Nice, and that's how we have added that overlay to the background. Next step, we look at responsive design. And with the columns element that we've used, let's just go to the structure on the right. Collapse the first section and let's name these sections. The first one is our hero section. I'll call it hero. And then for this section, double click to change it, about me. And let's collapse everything, open up about me. We have a columns container. You can see the container. And within the columns container, we have 2 columns. Important because you're going to see now that we go into the responsive designing for the different displays, the columns are going to behave differently. Currently, they are next to each other, adjacent. But very soon, they get stacked. They will be on top of each other within Breakdance. To the responsive design icon at the top, select tablet landscape, and we are there already. This surprises me that it's this quick, but I guess there's a reason behind it. I don't want it to stack. You can see the image, the left column is at the top, the right column is at the bottom. I don't want it to stack at this very moment. With your main container, the columns selected, remember every time you want to change structure or how it looks on the page, that is in the properties panel on the left, layout. Select layout and we go stack vertically. And it will be vertically only for me from phone landscape. I don't want it to be vertically on tablet at all. So I'll go and select phone landscape. And now I have that again. It looks much better. And there's this little bit of space here at the bottom with the commission work, but I think this is good enough for me. What we can do is just increase the box size of this text element here. Select. Previously I put it on 80%, and now I select and I put it on 90%. Oh, why pixels? Let's put it back on percent. And we add a little bit more of the text here on the right. Good. Next one is tablet portrait. It will still be in this layout with the two columns next to each other. But you have to agree, there's nothing wrong with it. If you want to, you can increase the size of the image. Select the image. Maximum width, we put it on percentage and we put it around 95. Nice. And now when we go to the next responsive design, which is our mobile phones, phone landscape and phone portrait, they're going to be stacked. That's just the best way to do it. It's a pretty big image. We add some space below the image, click on the image and drag some space in. And what I'll also do is I'll click again on the image for the maximum width on percentage and put it on 100. Why on 100? Because everything below this is stretching in the full viewport. So it looks strange if the image is smaller. So let's make the image bigger. Again, I'll click on the text element here. I'll go to width. I'll put it on percentage. And in this case, 100. And now it will stretch all the way. Last one is phone portrait. And that's the same as the landscape. Good work we've done here in record time. Actually, we can go faster, right? Save our work, Control S, Command S. Preview it, Alt P, Option P. Grab the handlebars on the right. And let's test that responsiveness. And no one is complaining. I feel the image is a little too big. But for this website, we're going to stick with it. And if you want that extra surety that it looks good on a mobile, you go test it in the inspector. That function key F12 I had shown you in the previous chapter. Alternatively, if you have a developer's tool, like I showed you this one, Sissy, all I'm going to do is Control R, Command R to reload the page. And let's go down to the bottom first where our desktop display is. Scroll down. Yes, everything we wanted. Now I look at it, I do like that overlay for the background. Looks pretty nice. Let's go have a look on the mobile devices and the tablets. Right, and this tablet is currently in landscape mode. Let's make it, yeah, that looks really good. This really gives you that confidence that what you've designed is working and it looks good. Just go that extra step and go check it. And what is very, very important in this extra step is that you do this responsive checking all the time. Often when I design, I completely forget about that. And then when I'm done at the very end, I'm like, oh, I need to make sure it looks good on mobile. And the problem, if you don't do it from the beginning, is those presets, because the presets, now you have to go and change them all again. Let's exit this by hitting escape from our view. And before we continue, there's something I want to do, and I'll explain to you why I'm doing it. Close the structure, we have a little bit more real estate. In Breakdance, you can do the same thing almost in 10, 20, 30 different ways, and it's going to depend on what you are comfortable with and what you've learned and what you are quick at. In this free version, one of the ways that website builders have improved over the last decade is the ability to create something that you can reuse and reuse without having to design it each time again from the beginning. And there are so many different ways in which that can be done. In the free version of Breakdance, that is limited. In the pro version, which we'll tackle in Module 2, you're going to see how we can do that with what is called classes. But we saw in this one that we can already create design presets that we can use, making sure that our buttons look the same. And if we want to make a change, we just do it in the design and it updates everywhere. The other thing that happens like this little section heading we have here at the top, is we are going to repeat this throughout our website. For each section, we're going to use the same little thing here at the top, H2, above title, then our H2 heading, and then our subtitle over here, even with the spacing. And we want that consistency because that is what's going to make your website look professional, high quality. How we did this in the past and still do it in so many ways is we will just copy this entire section and then just substitute everything in the subsequent sections. But one thing I like to do is if I know I'm going to use this part again and again, I want to group them so that in future I can just copy that group. I don't have to copy each of these elements one by one by one. I just copy the group and I can then just make the changes to that one. So before we get to the gallery section where I will exactly show you this madness, or rather this smart move, I'm going to group them. And every time we talk about a group, we talk about a container. And if we want a flexible container that's going to do everything we ask of it, that is the div. I'll select Cape Town Potter, go to Add, and then select Div. It drops the div into the column, and now I will drag all of these into the div. Click and drag. Click and drag. Where is that fancy? Cannot get it. Click and drag. And now I have a problem. I cannot get that. Oh, there's the fancy divider. Did I drag it in? Let me see. No. And for that, we open the structure, click the fancy divider, hold and drag it into the div. And it was under the text, like so. This fancy divider is way too big. So let me just go to my settings for the short divider. Click on Edit. It opens in the right. I go to Divider. I put my pixels on 50. And I'll make the pattern height 5. Let's see. That's what I want. But I want space. So I'll go to the About Me. And I'll add a little bit of space below. Good. What is important though? Click again on the About Me. And then go to Structure. It reminds me that I made the changes to the preset. Do I want to save it? Oh, yes, I want to save it. Go again to Structure. Now you see that I have the column on the right, but within the column, I have a div. And then below that, this text and the button. And within this div, I have all of these elements. My reasoning is, I know I'm going to reuse these guys in the future. I just create this div. And then when I want to reuse them, I copy the div. And I just drag the div one time. I don't have to drag each of these 4. And I'll show you in the next section, the gallery section, how we do that. There's an expression, are we still together? And it kind of means, are we still hanging in there? And I hope you are still hanging in there. Let's have a look at the next part, which is a gallery section. And this is going to be straight up very out of the box, kind of bring in the element and add the images. Before that, I want to focus on this part here. Now you remember the previous one, I put this section or this text, this little design area, I put it in a div. And the reason for that is exactly because I'm going to recreate it here. Let's go into Breakdance, and the next thing we have to do is add a section. I'll just click Add Section and it drops it at the bottom. And for this design, we don't need any additional containers. So we're going to work directly in the section. Yeah, I know, wild, right? And the first thing I'm going to do is bring in this div over here. What you also can consider doing is to copy the entire section we have here, which is the About Me section, and then just delete the stuff you don't need and bring in the stuff you do need. Because I'm not going to work with columns or different containers just directly in the section, I'm not going to do that. Let me just open my structure panel again and I'll collapse everything, and this new section I will call Gallery. Enter. Let's go to the gallery, click on the plus. No, not on the plus. Let's go to our div section here. About Me, I'm here in the structure panel. I'll open that second column. This is the div section. I can copy it so many ways. You can go onto the page and you can click here where it says duplicate. The next way is you go to the structure panel where the div is and you say duplicate element. And I think you can also click here on this drop down. No, and there's no duplicate there, but I do believe there's a right click on the page. No, that also doesn't duplicate. So 2 times right, 2 times wrong. Let's go ahead and duplicate it. And I'll drag it now under gallery. Scroll down to gallery. Let's change all the text. This one, I'll just triple click and call it showcase. Showcase. Wait, where is it? Let me put it there. Showcase. My H2 title, recent creations. No, this one I don't want all caps, recent creations. And this below title, pottery. This one we'll put in all caps, pottery for a new you. And you see, by just copying that div, I don't need to do everything again from the beginning. In fact, let's go ahead and give this div a name. In the structure, I'll double click on the name div and I'll call this heading div. I'll still use the word div so I understand which element it is that I'm engaging with. Now below this, I will bring in a gallery element. Let's add and have a look quickly at what is going on over here in the elements panel. We have a basic section. Let's collapse this. Then we have a blocks section, then site, advanced, dynamic, and forms. And the basic elements are these elements I find you use 95% of the time. For something though, like gallery, this comes to this one, which is blocks. Now, what a block is actually a combination of all the basics in a preset that is ready for you to use, and Breakdance give you some special control over that. Notice though, basic, everything is free, and the moment you go to blocks, you will start to see the Pro label show up. I've said it a few times, we will unlock Pro in module 2 when we will look at multi-pages and a lot of other stuff and loads of blocks here. Look here as an image comparison, that's free. We have a simple testimonial, which we'll be using later, a fancy testimonial, animated heading and dual heading. What Breakdance does differently than most builders on the market is that it does not lock these elements so you cannot use them. In fact, Breakdance allows you to use them on your page. The only problem is that they will be faded or grayed out on the front end. I am looking for an element that is a gallery element. And you can see with all these block elements, you can get lost in finding what you need. And the gallery one, I just saw it over here. Again, get familiar with this, but let's just do and go to the box at the top where it says search elements, and I'll type in gallery. And this is much easier. I'll click on it and it drops it onto the page and it brings in a little gallery placeholder for us by default. This is a very powerful one. Now remember, I just want to point it out again. This is a pro feature. It is actually locked, but I'm going to show you just how cool it is. And then we can work on an alternative if you just want to do it for free, but you can practice along. Bring in images first and I'll click on add media. Now here, a small problem is that when I bring in my media, it will add it to these guys and I want to delete these guys. Let's go to images and you see there's a little dot which shows you that Breakdance has made some changes to the default. Select it and it removes all the images. Beautiful, that's where we want to be. Click on add media, go to your folder with your work and all your stuff, and we go to showcase, and then I will shift click. Then just drag it onto my library, wait for it to upload, and this is how easy it is already selected. And all I need to do is click choose and drops it onto the page. How you style this out is going to be a matter of taste, a little bit of salt, a little bit of pepper, and that all happens with your design tab here, which you are familiar with now. Let's have a look. The first one is layout, and you have 4 types. You have the first one, which is a grid, which means each of these blocks have the same aspect ratio. Currently, it's 1:1. I can put it on 3:2, and the image will stretch. Not stretch, it will adjust to the aspect ratio. Nothing weird. and you get it very nicely laid out. The other thing that's also common for a gallery is the control for columns. How many columns do you want? Like maybe you just want columns. The gap, let me just make these columns a little bit bigger. Let's put it on 4. It looks better. The gap, and that is the space between our images. And if you don't want a gap, there you go. And then you have this option here, which is going to be for our responsive viewing, vertical at which area. We'll go through that later. Have a look at what is the rest here. Masonry. Masonry retains the aspect ratio of the images. So you can see these images come in with different aspect ratio, and then it balances it as best as possible. Justified is going to try and put the images next to each other nicely and stretch them, enlarge or resize them so they are justified. Here, if you want to have control, you have to go to the row height. So if you want something smaller, then you see you work with row height, you don't work with columns. And the images will justify to the row height. Most of the time, I know, let's say 50-50 of the time it's going to work perfectly, but sometimes if you go over a certain area, you're going to see you have this white space. And then you just play gently with the slider. You increase it a little bit. You see now it works, but now you've got really big gallery, which I'm not fond of. Or you go the other direction. You decrease it slowly until you get them all again there to that level. And that's how you're going to play around with it into 2 rows or 3 rows. And then you have control over the gap. And the last one is the slider, which allows you, you're going to have a lot of settings. We're not going to look into that, but it's basically a carousel, nicely slide the images, and you also have dot navigation at the bottom. I'll set it on grid. We're going to keep it easy. We're going to keep it on 1-to-1. And in this case, I'm going to keep it at 4 columns because I like these 2. Remember, you have the option for a light box, which means if somebody clicks on it, it will open a light box so it can be viewed. That though is set on the settings first tab. And then you have link lightbox. You can also remove it, but by default, the lightbox is activated. Lazy load, good idea to leave that on. And just like that, we have set it up, the section for the gallery. Let's go have a look on the front end so that you can see how it will display being a pro element and that it's actually not available for your pleasure. I will click save or Control S, Command S. Then go to the close button, copy URL, open a new tab and paste it. Let's look at our work. This was our hero section. And by using this pro element, now this banner shows up at the top telling you, this is an indication basically telling you, hey dude, you use the pro feature, you need to upgrade, or if you have a license key, pretty please enter it. Otherwise, if you don't, the following will happen. So I scroll down, here is my About Me section, and then when I get to my showcase, oh, it looks nice. Okay. Why doesn't it fade? Because we are within WordPress. So let's go open a private window. That's my bad. New private window. Paste that. And this time we should get the fade out. You can see the banner doesn't appear at the top. It's just a note for you. And as I scroll down, we get here to recent creations and it's faded out. So that's it. You cannot use this in the free version, but that's why it is great that if you don't want to use a license key or if you're not sure, you can still create the website and bring in the license key later. So what can you do if this is not working for you? What we can do is we work with a grid element. Actually, by creating this for free, there are so many ways you can do it, but I just want to use another element so that you understand how you can do this. I'll go to the gallery on the page and remove it. Go back to add, to basic, and we select grid, and it will drop below recent creations. Click on the plus in grid, and I'll type in image just one time and select it, and it drops it onto the page. Now I will go to the image and duplicate it 1, 2, and another one. So we have 4. So where does this 4 columns come from? That is how the grid is set. Select the grid and I'll click on this image, then select one up to get to the parent level of grid. We go to the layout and that is this first one that says grid and it says items per row. This can actually be very complicated in some page builders. Breakdance has made this very accessible. Whenever you're working with something that you want to space across a container or your page and you have them more or less the same size, then go for a grid. It's going to do a very good job for you. And you have again the power to decide how many items in this grid, in this row. If I want 3, I'll go down. You'll see it drop this one there. And if I want more, I can add more. We'll stick to this 4. We're going to try and make more or less the same thing that we did previously. Space between items. Let's make it 15. And then you have advanced options, background. We're not going to work with that. So what you need to do now in this case is you have to bring in each of those images individually. But hard work never scared any of us. We live to sweat. So we just bring in these images, and I'll do this quickly. And hopefully you have some idea of WordPress as I'm showing you this. If you don't, there are many other tutorials on the channel that will help you. And now we've brought them in, and you can see that they've also aligned. To bring in the second grid line, I'll select one of the images, then select the parent, go up to grid, and then click on duplicate. And now all I need to do is change out the images. And then add a little bit of margin between these guys. This one? I'm confused now. It looks like I'm using the same one. These pots all look the same to me anyway. And the last one, this one. If there are a few duplicates in there, we don't know either. So to add space, we can do it at the top or the bottom. I'm going to click on this one, go up to the grid, and this is spacing. So control panel on the left, spacing, margin, bottom, and you can also draw it on the page. I'll add it here, 15, because we want to keep it the same for all of them. And there you've created that grid. Easy peasy, right? The only difference is that with the gallery element, you have all that extra flexibility. Plus, when you open the light box, you can cycle left and right through that. With this one, though, let's have a look at our displays for different devices. The first one will be tablet landscape. Big mistake I made here. I didn't do the responsive design to the first grid, so the second grid could have just adapted, but that's fine. Let's select the grid, items per row, and I'll keep it on 4. Same for this one. And that is just a default setting that Breakdance gave us. Breakdance said, I guess on a tablet you will probably want 3. But in this case, we said we want 4. Then we go for the next tablet, and I'll keep this. I think this looks pretty good. Then I'll go to phone landscape, and I'm going to do the following. For the first one, let's select the grid, go up 1, items per row, we'll make it 2. And then for the next one, I am going to disable this on a mobile device. When you have this strong image-based desktop design, you probably want to reduce some of them on the mobile device. What we're going to do is we're going to instruct the grid element not to appear on mobile device. And that's also a great feature with the responsiveness. Something you also have to get used to, hiding stuff and revealing stuff on certain displays. This is the first time we will be venturing into the world of the extra settings or advanced settings in the tab at the control panel on the left. So click on that. Yet Breakdance was kind enough to actually tell us hide on breakpoint. So the breakpoint is whenever you go to a new display. So when you go from tablet to mobile, that is a breakpoint. Select, and I will hide it on phone landscape and phone portrait. Now you can see, once I do that, it becomes grayed out. Am I in the grid? No, I'm in the image. My mistake. Let's just uncheck this. We all make mistakes, JP. It's okay. Let's just make sure we select the grid. I'll go up 1 parent. There we go. Get into settings, hide on breakpoint, and hide phone landscape and phone portrait. And now you can see it becomes grayed out. What the grayed out tells you is that when you view this on a mobile device, whether it's landscape or portrait, it will not appear. And we can go to our phone portrait and you will see the same. But there is one thing that you have to remember. You are designing this. You want to have a good idea of what's going on your page while you are designing. And the problem is this is taking up space and may throw you off while you are designing. You want to actually remove this as well. And that is the option you have here. in Builder Preview and you just say grayed out, which is the current setting, or hidden. When I select hidden, it's going to hide. If later on you want to bring it back, maybe you change your mind and you want not to hide it, then you just go back to settings, hide on breakpoint, in Builder Preview, and select grayed out. For this tutorial, I'm going to leave it on grayed out so that you can see it's here. Let's save our work. Do you remember the shortcut key? Control S, Command S. You can preview. Do you remember that shortcut? Alt P, Option P. And it's already in our mobile portrait. So you can see if we go, it's going to be grayed because this is your preview within the builder. And as we drag it, our grid becomes 4 basically columns. Let's look at it on the front end and I'll bring in my developers app, Sissy. Let's go down to the bottom. First do a desktop. We know this one, we know this one, and now we know this one. Let's go have a look then at the tablet and the mobile device. Scroll down, and here we go. And on tablet, we have 8 images, and on mobile, only 4. And that's our gallery section for Letabo and Thule pottery. The next section is this one where we add a video element and talk about the process. And what I've done is I've taken this section and combined it with this one. It's still 2 sections, but the design, the graphic design part of it looks like it is 1 section. This one a little bit on the left. I take that div heading and put it on the left, and then I balance it on this side with the right. The reason I did this is because I think the 2 ideas are pretty much the same. It's about the process, it's about the gallery. The 2 elements we'll be working with is the video element and then rich text. And I'll talk, I guess, a lot about the rich text element still, because this is a very powerful element when you're working with text, especially formatted text. This is what we worked on last time. Instead now of copying this div, creating a new section, I'll take the very famous shortcut. Select this section and go to the label at the top and duplicate. And now I have 2 of them. I want to push this whole div to the right. Select it. You can see is constrained. That's how divs work. And it's all the way to the left. And I want the div to go to the right. Now remember, every time you want to move something, you have to tell the parent container to move it. And the div is inside the section. We go 1 up. You can select it or just click on the section. On the left, go to layout. And we are going to keep it with this vertical alignment, but for the alignment, we're going to go to the right. At the same time, I want all my content within the div also to go to the right. Now remember, if I want the content to go to the right, I have to tell the parent container to move everything to the right. And that I do by selecting the div, do the same what we just did, go to layout. I'll just select vertical to open the rest of the settings and align to the right. And we have created this second section so easily. Reduce the margin at the top so that we don't have this big gap between these 2 sections so that they look like they are the same section. I wonder if I can change it. Go to the top, hover. The moment you begin to drag, you will see it jumps down. And I can just put it, I can remove it completely, but let's give it a little bit around there. Change the text. Process, and then this one is from clay to creation, and here how I make each piece. I'll select the grid, go up 1 level, delete it, and same for this one. Let's have a quick look again. We will be working with 2 columns. Select the div because we want to put those columns below the div. Click Add and select columns, and we'll be working with 2. Select 2. The mistake I made here is that I had selected the div, and by selecting the div, it drops it right inside the div, and that's why my 2 columns look like this. We just drag it out, and I'll do that by going to the structure, just collapse everything. This is the heading div. And let's change this one first, the name to process. And I'll also add video because I want to know this is the section where I focus on the video. Go to heading div, open it up and take the columns and just drag it to the left. And by doing so, you take it out of the heading div and you put it within the section. And now we can breathe comfortably again. On the left, we are going to bring in the text and we'll be using the rich text element. You will see from the panel, we have our text, rich text, and a text linked. Text link is very much like a button, and that's why it's close to the button. I like it. It makes those text links much easier to work with and to style out the button. Focus on the rich text JP. Don't get distracted. Select and drop it. And on the right, we'll bring in a video element. Video is also a basic one. And just click and it drops in. Which one do you want to tackle first? Let's tackle the video first. By standard, we're going to have the YouTube video load because that's what most people will be using. We begin by changing out the video in YouTube, but then I'm going to work with a custom video after that. From YouTube, I'll grab any video and I'll just show you. Click on share and then copy the link for the share. We go back to Breakdance and there where you see the video link, select everything and paste your new video. Below this, you will see a lot of control that you have for the YouTube video. This always looks like a good idea just to drop the video onto the page, but especially on your home page, you don't just want the YouTube video to show like that. And that's why under this YouTube, you will see we have this feature load method, lightweight, lazy load, or full embed. And it's maybe a good idea to go to lazy load. Lightweight is also good and you can leave it there. And the idea behind this is that when this page is loaded at the very top, the video doesn't really get loaded yet. It reduces the amount of size that is being used to load your page. And this is the one that I will use because what's going to happen, you basically switch out the image and you create your own. Click on choose, and I have one. Actually, this is my video cover. So I create a cover and I'm not going to be using the thumbnail from YouTube for the cover. And then select choose and you see it replaces. It keeps that logo of YouTube there. However, you can also even change that if you want to. So you go to choose and you can bring in your own logo here for the play. I'll bring in a logo, but I'm just going to bring in a play button. Choose. Let's see what it does. No, what am I doing? Choose. And right, so that is not the play option. So the YouTube play is going to remain there. This is going to be taken from Breakdance. I wish I could change that as well. If you wanted to add a logo, so for example, your favicon, then you can do so. I think that's unnecessary, but there it will appear. The reason why that logo is there in the top left corner, it also makes it feel kind of like it is a YouTube thumbnail that is being shown. And I will do this. Modest branding, mute, loop, high player controls, play inline. These are all the settings that you can go through for this video. That is your YouTube video. I want to show you how to bring in your own video that you upload to WordPress. Let's first clear everything. I'll click here on the clear. Then click on upload a video or paste the URL from YouTube, Vimeo, Dailymotion. So these are the three to external video providers. I'll click on upload and I have a video here and I'm going to drag it in, very short video. Uploads nicely, MP4 format, and I click on choose and it drops it in nicely here for me. Now we have a few different things that's happening here. We have the background image, the logo. No, I don't want that. Everything is the same. Video options. Now, I'll go to this option here for YouTube. It's not being used, but I'll just clear it out because we're not using YouTube. And now I go to the poster, which is the same one that we used previously. This one over here. And this will be the poster for the video. Then you can add whether it should be autoplay. For your home page, you should always turn that off. You can put it on other pages. Do not go ahead and press autoplay for your home page. Controls, yes. The reason I put the controls there, I want people to know that this is a video and I want that play icon to appear on the video so that they go ahead and play it. And if you want to give them an option to download the video, yeah, why not? What will they do with it? And this is all that I'm going to do for this video. The video is done. Under design, there are a few options, but this is only for the element container and for the spacing, nothing for the video. One thing that I would like to see here is the ability to style out these controls as well as that icon in the middle and make that the color of my scheme. I think at the moment it's maybe my darker color that I'm using, but I'm not confident in there. But I do wish that we had some styling options for this. Let's work with the text on the left. But before we do that, go to the column and I'll just hover here. You can see as you hover over the page, it will try and determine which one you want to select, and I want to select the column. Once I click on the column, you will see we have a handlebar, this little dot in the middle, and with this, I can click, hold, and drag and resize. And for the text on the left, I'm going to bring it to 35 for now. I think I put it on 35, or you can put it on 40. If you cannot get to the exact percentage, like always, you can go to the control panel on the left. Make sure the column is selected. You go to size and you will see here is the width. I'll type in for the first one 35. And by doing so, when I go to the left and size, it will adjust to make it 100%. So this one will be 65%. Now we go and grab the rich text. And where rich text comes in really handy is here. I have created this in Word. I've added bullets and I've made some of my text bold. And the great thing is about rich text, those things that I've formatted will be retained and used directly within the builder. The only thing that will change, or the few things that will change, 1, the font that is being used, 2, the size, depending on whether this is a paragraph and whether it is a heading. I'll grab this text here, copy, Control-C, Command-C. We go to Breakdance, click on the rich text, and you can go to the text box on the left. Doesn't matter whether you click again on this one, on the page or this, you cannot type within this box. It opens up the rich text editor for you. Click inside it, then I'll select everything, Control-A, Command-A, and paste my stuff, Control-V, Command-V. And just like that, it is totally formatted. The font here will not look like the font you're using on your page. That should not concern you. We didn't do any formatting here. This is exactly what we had from my Word document. Everything that is in bold is still in bold, and we have our bullets. I love this way because often having to set our bullets or indents and all of that right within a builder can be quite a pain. So doing it in an editor, whether it is Google Docs or Word, you're going to be very happy with the rich text editor. And we'll come back to the rich text editor a lot because I love it so much. But for now, just click outside and look at what we have created here. Now I make a few decisions because I think in this case, for me, the text is too big. This is the default text setting that I'm using, but I want it to be smaller because I don't really care too much about this text, whether people read it or not. I want people to focus on the video. We can make those changes. Go to the rich text properties on the left, select the design, go to typography, and we just go to default. And for the font size, I'll type in 16, and that gives us that smaller size. Now you can go back to the column. So select the column again, go up 1, and you can drag around to see which of these will give you the best harmony. And I think that's why I settled on 35, because it did give me the best balance as to size of my video, as well as the size of this rich text element. We're done, except we're not done. Every time you feel like you're done, you have to tell yourself, oh no, we're not done. We have to go look at the mobile and tablet. Remember the default in Breakdance. And that is the moment you go to the next level, columns are stacked, which is what we don't want. I don't want it yet for my tablet, but not bad. A second thing also is I don't want this process breakdown at the top. I want it below the video. This is actually a small summary of the video. I don't want it before the video. I want it after the video. But first things first, click on the columns container. I'll do that here in the structure panel on the right. Then go to layout, stack vertically, and like before, I'm going to put mine on phone landscape. So until phone landscape, it's not going to stack vertically. We do make a few adjustments. I'll click on this rich text editor. I'll go to size, and previously my typography default was 16. This time I'll reduce it to 40. Now that is crazy, many will say, but remember, I'm focusing on the video. Also, I will go to the line height and I'll put it on 1.4. It looks much better from a design point of view. Is it better for a reading point of view? And because I'm not too worried about people reading here, I will overwrite this standard in design rule world. Let's have a look at the next one. So this is okay for our process tablet. Things get a little bit squashed here. So I'm thinking for our portrait on tablet, we need to probably go and keep it stacked here. So I'll go back to columns because I put this stack vertically from phone land, but I'll put it on tablet portrait. And here we get to stack. But at the same time, remember what I don't like here. I want this rich text to be after the video. We switch that by going to the side panel and select reverse order, same setting, tablet portrait, and now it's at the top, this one at the bottom. And I don't have to make any changes here. Maybe I can now go to the text and make it a little bit bigger because that 14 was just very small. Let's put it back on 16. Good. And now phone landscape should be the same. And the same for phone portrait. Save our work, Control S, Command S. Let's go to my developer Sissy and just have a look if everything plays well on the front end. I'll reload the page, and whenever you want to reload a web page, that's Control R, Command R. Let's first have a look at our desktop. And here we have this one and the process. Right. Up we go. Wait, let me just scroll to the top again. And we go to our tablet and our mobile device. And everything is coming nicely together. It's always a good feeling when you look at it and you see that it looks good. Nice. And that is our process section. We are moving forward. I think we're almost more than halfway. Halfway. Next up, let's do testimonials. Next up, let's look at the testimonial section. If there is one thing we need in this world, it's more sincerity and authenticity and less of the fakeness. And when it comes to a testimonial section, there can be a lot of fake in that. First, go to desktop. We bring in a new section. I'll click on the section, add, and select section. I'll change the color. I want to put that on our chestnut orange. I'm starting to remember golden chestnut. I was just so proud I remember everything and then I change it. For our heading, I'm going to copy that div heading that we've created here at this very top. I'll click on the div and I'll select copy from my structure panel on the right. And then from the panel, because it's so much easier to drag it here, I'll click this and drag it until I get to the section and drop it. Scroll down to the bottom and our div heading appears here. To make it more legible, we need to apply contrast, and we do that by changing the colors. I will only change the color actually for this one here. First, change out the text, and actually I'm not going to change testimonials. Seems like I cannot multitask. I'm not going to change the color for this part, but I will change the color for our H2 heading. Select this and type in customers. Go to our design on the left, typography, color, and put it on our white swatch. And below this, remember there is actually text there as well. Change the color first, otherwise we are in the dark. And I'll also put this on coffee bean and call this one okay, select, triple click, latest permissioned work. I will click on the section, click on add, and we bring in the grid. Click on the plus and we look for testimonial. Testimonial is going to be a block. Now remember, a block is just basically a combination of basics that's been pre-formatted for you. Very nice. And as you scroll down, oh, here we go. simple testimonial and fancy testimonial. You see fancy testimonial? We'll give that one a shave in module 2. We'll go with this simple testimonial. Select, and it drops it onto the page. And we can already guess that the grid is set to 4. And that is the default 4 breakdowns that the grid comes in set to 4 columns. Let's change that to 3. Click on the grid. Go to the grid, items per row, and put it on 3. Click on space between items, and I'll put in 50. Make it a little bit bigger. Most of these cases, we're going to style everything out in the first testimonial and then copy it and just change the content so we don't have to do that styling again. But hey, just remember, whenever it comes to design, that means the color, the thickness, the borders, not contents. You can always create a preset, and then when you make changes to the design later, it will update all of them automatically. You don't have to go and do it one by one. Select the simple testimonial. Let's change the image first. And from my selection of images, I'll bring in all 3 my speakers. And let's go with him first. He's already selected. And we change his name to Bobby McLee. And you can give him an author name as well as something that he says there at the bottom. Image options, you can say whether it's full or lazy load. Most of what we are going to do here is under styling. And I just want to point out that actually this is just a div element, and inside the div element is an image, text, and spacing. But the testimonial just gives us all these controls very quickly. You can play around with this, but the grid is going to set the layout for you. So we are not going to mess around with layout, leave it as is. For image, definitely a few things that I want to change here. Number 1, I want to remove the style. There's an outline circle, there's mask, but we'll get into that at another time. I'll go for standard. Alternatively, you just clear out the style by selecting the one on the left. Add a little shadow if you want to. I'll stick to this. I think we have something powerful here. Then for the quotes, you have styles here, and the styles will give you different quotation marks. You see, that's basically it. Nothing to get too crazy about, but we're going to look for ones that fit our pottery, and that's a little bit more rounded like that one. The color, don't like that color, but I'm going to put mine on white. And then for the size, this will be for the quotes. That's fine. I think where they are currently works for me. Can we reduce it a little bit? Let's go down to 24 and make it a little bit more appealing to the eyes. Typography is next, and you can see we have 3 areas for the testimonial, the author, and as well as the author info. Testimonial first, change the color. I'll put it on white. Then we go to the font size, 36, 24. I like it a little bit smaller. We can put in more text there. And then for the weight, I will go to 300. And we're done with that one. And we can do the same for Bobby and the author, but I think leaving the colors to that default setting works in this case. Spacing here, I believe, is an important one. So if we go to spacing, this is margins added below these elements. I want to remove this space between the author and the author info. And you can see below author, that's this one. I'll clear it, and then it looks much better. The wrapper is the entire container of the simple testimonial. When you select that, you have the margin at the top and margin at the bottom. There's one more feature here, and that is you can change the position of the image. And where will that be? Why am I confused? Let's go to the settings. Oh, okay. I was looking at it layout. Let's go back to layout and then image position. Okay, so the alignment is going to give it you left, center, and right. These are actually important depending on your layout. In this case, we'll leave it to center. And the image position is at the top or author there or at the bottom. And let's just switch it up a bit and put it on author. Now that I've created this, I can do the rest. And all I need to do is go and say duplicate. And because it's a grid, it will drop it right next to it. And we duplicate it one more time because we set it to 3. within the grid. And all I will do, select this one. I'll just change out the images. You can generate some nice text there. Check for our responsiveness. Let's go to tablet landscape. It looks good for us here. Tablet portrait. Yeah, we don't like that. So let's go ahead and select our grid. Now we get to items per row. Let's see if 3 still works. Yes, but this text is too big. Click on the first simple testimonial. So what I will do is I will change the text size here. Typography, testimonial. And put the font size 24. 18. 18 is better. The weight. Let me put the weight right. And then I will just go look on phone landscape. I think the font size will be the same. And the reason I didn't change the other two is I will create a preset from this one now. Select the one that we've changed. Go to the design tab. Choose design preset. Click in it. You don't even need to click create preset from design. All you need to do is start typing the name of this new preset. I will type here testimonial and then select create. And like that, I just click on save and I have a new one. Select the next one, choose design preset, testimonial. Same for the third one, choose design preset. Now, when I go to this first one and I make any changes here, click on edit, it will open on the right side. Go to the right panel. Let's say we want to go to quotes. And we can change the quote size to 14. Change the horizontal. Let me get that a little bit more there. And we can look at the vertical offset. Then it will update all of them. Finally, we look at phone landscape. And here you're going to go for stack. No choice. But now our quotes look a little bit weird. So let's go to our horizontal offset and drag it. And again, it updates to all of them with the same preset, making it so much better to make changes to it. There's one thing here. I know I'm diverting, but this space between the author and the author title, I want to know if I can reduce that. Typography. Let's go to author. I think that is maybe line height. Line height, let me type in 1 because it's 1M. Reduces it some. And then let's do the same for the author info, line height, also 1. Yeah, that's what I would like there. This is why when I design, especially headings, why I use a line height of 1. If you start adding that extra space in your presets, what happens later when you come back, you just don't understand where that extra space is coming from. I know the developers at the builders, they often have very good intentions by adding that, thinking this is how it looks well. And 9 out of 10 times, it's going to look good the way they intended because they sit with the rule book, do this, it will look good. This is tried and tested, stick to it. But then I come along and I want to do it a little bit my way. Jump back to our desktop. Let's save our work. Control S, Command S. And as always, we do our final preview. And I'll do that again on Sissy. Control R to load my page. And we'll just stick to the iPad Pro and the iPhone because I know it's going to look good on desktop. And then our testimonials. Add a little, move this in. I don't like how this text looks like a pyramid. Of course, because it will be different quotes that we will be using there, it should look better. In Module 2, we'll build our testimonials with the oh-so powerful slider within Breakdance. People love sliders, right? Everyone? Well, okay, most people love sliders. And sliders draw attention, and when you put a testimonial in it, it draws the attention to the testimonial. But that is for Module 2. The next section is a workshop section. It looks like this. We're going to combine many of the things that we've already done so we can lock that down into the gray matter, which we call our brain. We'll look again at the greatness of the rich text element within Breakdance by just copying this from my mockup website without having to worry about formatting. Goes perfectly into Breakdance. A lot of the things that we've taken slowly at the very beginning, now I'm just going to start glancing over them. For example, I'll add a new section. And then from this, I will go ahead and add 2 columns. In the column on the right, first thing is I'll bring in an image. Click on the image, choose, and from my folder, which one is it? This one, workshop. Choose. Let me first resize my columns. I'll go up 1 parent and I'll bring this column to, let's also go again for something like 35%. Select the image, and this time I'll make some changes to the height of this image to take more control and focus exactly on what I want to do here. Select image, height, pixels is fine. Let's see at 350. That looks weird, but we're going to go then for 500 and make it weirder even still. And the reason it looks so weird is because of this object fit. Select cover. And now it is more in tune with what our universe predicts it should look like. Object position allows you to move the image around, but I think I'll just put it here, and that is fine with me. You can also determine aspect ratio, but I'm happy with the container. What it's doing is it's setting the height at 500 pixels, and then the width will be that of the column. Below that, I'll bring a text element. Make sure that you've selected the image, go to add, and I'll just bring in regular text, drop it, and we go get our text. From my mockup, I'm just going to copy this. Originally, I did this in Word. You can do it in Google Docs. Now I'm going to just draw it directly from my mockup. Triple click to select all the text, Control V, Command V, and I'll remove those spaces. Don't want that in there. Let's style the rest of the column out. I'll give it a background. Make sure you select the column, go to background, and then color. I want a gray color, and I have this powder blue, which I'm going to use. Maybe it's still a little bit too much. Grab the opacity slider, drag it down until around 50. I think this will work for me. And the 50, I'm referring to these 2 numbers here. I guess if I type in 50, it will give me exactly what I wanted. I want to add padding, but if I add padding within the column, it will also push the image in. And I only want to add padding to this text area over here. For that, I'll select the text element, go to design. First, let's look at size. Put it on 80%. You see what I'm achieving here? And then spacing gives me a top margin and a bottom margin. Let's add 25 pixels to the top and the bottom. And how do we get it to the center? To get it to the center, I need to go to the parent container, which is columns. I can now just click here to select the columns, layout. I make sure that it's vertical, center align, and there we go. My text, though, has also center adjusted. I don't want that. I want it to the left. Select the text element. We go to typography and alignment to the left. By default, it works like this, that when you select the parent container and you put it on center, it also takes the contents of the child element and puts that in center, but you can still go ahead and override that. Let's change the color, and I will put this on our coffee bean. I'll reduce the size. This is too much, and 16 is a little bit better, and the line height, take it down to 1.4. Why am I doing this? Why am I not pushing that in your face? This again is kind of a design element. I'm not actually expecting people to really read this, but I want Google and all the other SEO to read it. I want all the AIs to read it. And for those people who want to learn more about this, I want them to read this as well. One thing I forgot, and that is to bring my section heading at the top. Let's go look for our heading div, and under process video up here, there is my heading div. I'll duplicate it, then I'll grab it, drag it to the bottom, and drag it some more, unfortunately, and then we put it in section above the columns. This div, though, was made to align everything to the right. So to override that, I'll just select the div, layout, and put it on left. Or I can simply clear it. By doing that, the default will be aligned to the left. Let's change out all our titles here. Upcoming events, workshops, and this one we can say learn from me to make great pottery. After I brought in this div, let's just go and make sure that this section also has a title for easier navigation. The structure on the right, I'll collapse everything, and the previous section, double click on the name and call it Testimonials. Testimonials. And this one we will call Workshops. Workshops. As I'm working with this, I think it would have been cool if I could give these labels color, the whole bar, and then I can build up like a color structure. For testimonials, it's pink, and workshops, it's orange, and make it easier visually for me to find this much quicker. Next, we're going to bring in that rich text element to bring in all the information about our workshop. Select, add, rich text just under the text, and click on it, and it drops in the rich text editor. Interact with it by going to the sidebar on the left, select it, and it opens the rich text editor, or click outside, you go onto the page, but in this case, you will have to double click. I'll go to my mockup. I'll select everything, copy, and then I will go to my rich text editor, delete all of this, and then Control-V, Command-V. And what you will see is that most of the formatting has been brought in, but I can see that I don't have bigger headings here at the top. And I want to make a few more changes. Let's just click outside so you can see how it looks. Want to reduce some of these lines and make the heading at the top stand out for the workshop. Double click to open the editor. And one downside is that I wish I could have moved this editor so I can see what's going on behind it. The first line I will go to, and I can select a heading 3 here. If we had set up a heading 3, which I think we did, I thought we wouldn't use it, and now I remember we're going to use a heading 3. That goes in here. Then for date and time, I'll delete and then Shift Enter. Same for this one, so we can get rid of those line breaks. Let's put this title below our workshop title in italics. With everything we've set up here, and you want to increase the size and make changes to color, let's go and see how we do that within the Design tab within Breakdance. For now, click outside, and the page is nicely set up just like that. How easy was that for you? Very easy, right? Go to the Design tab on the left, Typography, and now all of your default text, the paragraph and your H1 up to H4, they are over here. And you can make changes if you need to in terms of how big it is and what color it is and line spacing, as well as the size of this container. I mentioned to you at the beginning, when we were working on this one, you notice that I added some negative space here on the right, just to make the text a little bit more boxy and easier to read. It just looks better. That is even more true when you have these long sentences, but then you have just a little bit of short text coming to the next line. If it was longer paragraphs like this one over here, I wouldn't care about it. But in this case, I do care about it. Let's do the way I did it earlier. I'll click on the rich text element. Sidebar on the left, select size, width. I'll put it on percentage, and we go for 80%. And now you see I've achieved that better box layout. I also want to show you another feature. Let's undo that. Control Z, Command Z. Select the rich text element again. Design tab. Typography. Default. Scroll down. Advanced. We're diving very deep here. And then text wrap. This text wrap option determines how the text will run within its container. When it is set to wrap, the line will break when it gets to the end of the container, like so. Sometimes, very rarely, you're going to use this option, no wrap. And that means it doesn't care if there's a container or not. It will do the following. It will run out of the container, and only where I have an enter, return, it will create a new line. This is not good for paragraphs. You have to agree to that. Let's go back to wrap. But then there are these two, and they work on some algorithms that makes your text look better. Select balance, and look at that. It balances the text. It gives me some line breaks, and it puts it nicely under each other, almost exactly what I had tried at the beginning. Or choose pretty. I found though in this one, when I choose pretty, nothing happens. No difference between pretty and wrap, stays exactly the same. I'll select balance just to show you what the text wrap can do. But if you feel uncomfortable using that because it's such a deep dive advanced feature, then you just go ahead and add some padding on the right. Also change the background color. Click on the section background color, and we choose our antique white. Below the rich text, I want to bring in a button. Make sure the rich text is selected. Go to add, and button is under basics over here. Select and drop it. Add space between the rich text and the button. Select the button, hover at the top until you get the margin, which I'm not getting. I'll just select the text and then hover here, and I'll drag it. And we can use this button in this case as is. Triple click to select all the text. More information on workshop. With the button selected, let's go to the design option and give it button minimum. And the reason is I want to keep everything consistent. The color doesn't work. First, we detach it so that it doesn't affect the other guys. And then we go ahead and change the text. Text, color, where is it? Typography. And then currently it's on white. I'll put it on coffee bean. And shall we give it an arrow or a little thing on the right? Yes, click on arrow. And then we say arrow custom. We did the same as we did earlier. And we choose that hand icon to the right. Hand point right. Good. And this case, I've already used this formatting twice. So the moment you get here, it's a good idea to go ahead and save this preset so you can use it in the future. Select the button, choose design preset on the left, create new preset from design, and I'll call this button minimum dark for my dark version of it. Next step is to make sure that this will look good on our other devices. Because I used columns, I already know that the moment I go to tablet, it's going to be stacked. And again here, I don't want this image and this information to be at the top. It has to be at the bottom. But more importantly, until I get to my mobile devices, I don't think I want it stacked. Go back up to our section. Select the section, layout, and then we have, no, not section. This is columns. This is how we work. Click on image and select the column. One more to the columns parent container. Go to layout, stack vertically. I think maybe from tablet portrait. So on tablet landscape, it will look like this. No, let's go and put it on phone landscape. And no changes that we need to make here. Next one is tablet portrait. It's pretty squashed, but I think it can still work for me. We have space to play with here at the bottom. So let's click on the column. Let's select the left-hand column. And did I select the column? We go to size, and this time I'll put it on 45. Ooh, what is that? 50. Let's put it on 45, make it bigger, and this looks much more wide. Let's put it on 45, and that works nicely. This one breaks here at the bottom, but I don't think it looks bad, so I'm very happy with that one as well. And then hop on over to phone landscape. The first thing I want to change here is the order of the columns. In the structure panel on the right, I'll click on columns, the main parent container for the columns, and then reverse order from phone landscape. The information is first. I think that is important. Again, just look at this rich text element. Almost nothing I have to change here, except I will reduce the space below it. Where is that? So that my call to action is here, and then I'll actually increase some space between the call to action and the image. And now this text looks a little bit weird in that there is so much padding on the left and right. And remember, that padding is actually the size box of the text. Select the text, then size width. I'll put it on percentage and I'll give it 95. So it drops in a little bit more like that. And the moment we go now to phone portrait, it also should still look good. Control S, Command S. Let's preview it on the front end and I'll use Sissy for that. Control R, Command R to reload the page. And let's have a look again. From the top, showcase, process, the testimonials we created, and our workshops. On the iPhone looks really good. I like the text, more information, and all of that. Ooh, this here at the top. What is that? I wonder what is this bar here at the top. I didn't see that while we were creating it. Where is it? It is there. Ah, I get it. It's because of the margin I have added. And where did I add that margin? I did that at the phone landscape level. So let's go to column. And then let's go to columns. Ah, there we go. So that was the image. Let me select the image again, go to spacing. So I think the best is if I want to add space between this call to action and my column, then it's better to go ahead and select the button. And then we edit, go to spacing and margin bottom, let's add 25 pixels. And then we will get rid of that bar. Troubleshooting. That is the name of the game whenever we are creating websites. Let's go back to our desktop. And we only have 2 more sections basically to go. Actually, only 1 section. And then after that, we will do the navigation for the header and the footer. For the next section, we're actually going to do something that I'm very guilty of, and that is using pre-made sections. Yes, I'm a big user of them because if I see a layout that someone already has made, no need for me to design it from scratch. I can just bring it in and change out the content. Having said that, the important thing is you do need to know how to change that. And I find often with beginners, they go for the pre-made templates and the pre-made sets, and then they really struggle to adapt the website. And then when it comes to responsive view on tablet and mobile devices, that's often where I can see they slipped up because they didn't understand how this builder works. The focus for our modules is to really get you into the workings of Breakdance, making sure that you understand how to build everything out. And then when you work with one of these pre-made layouts, that you can fully edit it without having to worry what is going on. We are at the last section. I'll just click on the section and then go to Add. This is our control panel on the left. Every time we come here to add an element, we can just go ahead and select elements because by default, it opens up to elements. Next to the elements is another option, and that is the library. Select. And the first one you will see is your own website. There is this drop-down button at the very top, which is called the design set. It's basically categories or folders for different types of design. The first time you open it within the builder, it's going to be this current website. And you can turn that into a design set. One of the things that the people at Breakdance and Oxygen is very, very proud of. We don't want to work with this. We want to find something else. Select the drop-down, and we have a number of sections here. You can see complete sites that you can have a look at and bring in their sections. And then the one that I like is Samba UI Kit. But you will see it says here at the top, soon the design library will only be available in the Pro version. For now, enjoy your free preview, sucker. So we're enjoying it now, and I hope by the time that you are practicing along, it is still there. We'll have to see what happens here. I think there'll always be something free, but it seems though that the plan is to remove it completely at some time in the future. While we have access, we go to Design Set and select Samba. This is a UI kit, and it gives you so many categories. It's a mess. I would highly wish that this could have been done alphabetically. Then I know when I search for hero or testimonials, I can easily find the categories I'm looking for. My gut tells me that hero should be at the top. Not so. I find hero down here. So if you want to look at heroes and other big titles, then you can get the sections here. And all you do is click on add to page. It will create a new section and drop it in. Naturally, the colors and the fonts will adjust to what you had set in your global typography. What I'm looking for is a contact form. This is where we are currently. So I guess you can go ahead and search contact. I'm going to just have a quick look here. And I'm embarrassed to say that contact is just below heroes and titles. Select contact. And we have a quick look. You have so many forms that you can choose from here. I'm looking for a very simple contact form. I don't want to add my address or my telephone number. This is just a way for people to reach me. Go back up. I chose this one and we'll make a number of changes to it. In the top right corner of that section, click on Add to Page. And it's on our page. Let's start with this section as if we were building it out from scratch. I'll click on the section. You can see the background has already something to it because there's that little dot that tells you that they had made changes to the background. I'll clear it by clicking on the little X. It seems like nothing has changed because I guess they put the background on white, and in our global colors, we put our background to white. Select background, we bring in image, choose, and like before, I think this will be our last image for this session, this one here called contact. Select choose. I want to reduce the padding at the top and the bottom. It looks a little bit big for me. Let's go to size. Clearly they added minimum height. So they put minimum height on 100 VH. That's interesting that they didn't just go ahead and put it on viewport. I'll clear all of these two. And then we have our height here. Then go to spacing where we have our padding, and I'll add 150 pixels at the top and 150 pixels at the bottom. Select the column on the left and we go to the taskbar. And what I'll do is I'll delete everything within the column. I just want to focus on that image. And this is a very typical way in which you can create a focus area on an image and just some content on the right. Bring in the heading div that we had created, and I see we have a heading div over here under the workshop. Let me just check. Click on heading div, and I guess I should have created two heading divs, one for the left and one for the right. For this moment, we select duplicate. I'll scroll, click on the duplication and bring it to the bottom and drop it above the form builder inside the column. Drop it and scroll down to see. There we go. Change out our text. Reach me. Contact. And here I'll say for all commissioned work. So clearly she's not interested in having a chat. If you want to buy my services, by all means, contact me. Next, select this form builder. I selected and you see the form builder. We'll talk about the form builder a little here, and then we'll get back to the form in module 2, but I also recommend that you go to learn Breakdance for WP. Find the link in the description below, the dedicated channel at YouTube, where we dive deeper into the different elements if you want to learn everything about it. What we do in these tutorials is the bare necessity. We don't need to do more than what I'm going to show you. There is one thing, though, that is not clear from this form builder element. Let's just have a look at where it resides within the elements. Click on Add. In my opinion, it should be a basic element, but I do not see the form builder here. When we scroll down, we'll find forms at the very bottom, and you will see we have forget password form, form builder, login form, and register form. The form builder has pro features. It looks free, and it is free. You're going to use it, but some of it is pro. And if you didn't know it, you'll be a little bit confused later as to why it's not working the way maybe you thought it should work. Correct me if I'm wrong. The difference is that with the free version of Form Builder, any message that is submitted on your site by a visitor will only be collected and be sent to the WordPress dashboard. You won't know anyone had sent you a message. To find out where that message is, you will need to come and check WordPress. But in the Pro version, you can set it up so it will also send the email and notifications to other email addresses, your personal or any others that you are setting up. Let's see what the Form Builder can do. First, select the Form Builder again. There we go. I'll click in a field and it gives me the Form Builder. The Form Builder contains fields. Now, this is a feature that I think was popularized in Elementor, and you see it in quite a number of page builders. What you have here is you have a container, which is the Form Builder, and then inside that container, you have areas that repeat. And the moment they repeat, they're often referred to as a field or an input. It depends on what kind of container. Those blocks inside the form element, they are referred to as fields. And these are probably the most important 3 fields that any form element is going to use. You want the name of the person, their email, and their message. You can change the name for the contact form up here. No need to change it. It's good. It's a contact form. To show you how to add a field, I just want to show you, and then we'll remove it because we're actually not going to use it. Click on Add Field. Under Type, you select the type of field it is. Is it just short text, an email, is it area, or a phone number? And you have so many other options. Like I said, go to Learn Breakdance for WordPress YouTube channel, and you will find how to use these. Go ahead, select phone number, and then you will see that drops here, but it says name, and that's the label. And then we can click there and just call it phone number. There's an option for advanced, and under advanced, you have things like IDs, value, placeholders. Is it required? Let's say it is required. Asking people's phone number often makes those people who are trolling you leave the website alone. They really don't want to give you their phone number. And this you do on a one-by-one basis. To delete the field, you delete it by clicking on the trash can, and you can move them around these fields in the order that you would like. For example, maybe the email first and then your name, and then below that, the message. The submit text is what will appear when someone submits the email, and these are also connected to that, the success and error message. Here's a button I really like, hide form on success. And the second one is the redirect after submit, which is also standard. Breakdance made some changes to the actions, and it says, please upgrade to Breakdance Pro to use Pro only form actions. There you go. So even though the element itself doesn't indicate that there are Pro features, the Pro features are in here. Let's style out this column a little bit. I'll go to the column background. The background is on white. I'll reduce the opacity a little bit, very little, just so we can see the background shimmer through. Next, I'll select the Form Builder again, Design Layout. We can go to the Form, Fields, Background, and I'll select White, full white. Alternatively, we can go for this antique white and then reduce that also a little bit. Or let's go ahead and delete it completely. And for the Submit button, you can also change where it is. If you want it center, nice option here for full width, one I really like, and styles, background. These settings I usually will do under global typography. As I'm happy with this, one change I want to make, click on the main section. I actually want this form to be at the bottom. I'll click here where I see the 150 pixels. I'll remove it to 0. And now my form is at the bottom. Only problem here is I have these rounded corners, which is the radius, and they don't look good on a hard surface like here at the bottom. With that, I believe that is the column. So select column, and the corners you will find under borders. Here you go for radius. I'll clear out the radius, and that should give me nice sharp corners here. Next, we view it for tablet and mobile. Tablet landscape. Good. I can add a little bit more space by going to the first column select size and put the first column on 40 and then make the contact form 60. Yeah, it just gives a little bit more space to work with. Tablet portrait, here they stacked it. Portrait, yeah, I think it's okay. They really made it very narrow here. We go to padding, I'm pretty sure this is where it is, and I'll type in 150 on both left and right, and it's straight back where it started. So it's not that. I'll select the column at the top, go to settings, hide on breakpoint, choose breakpoints, and from tablet portrait, I will hide that. Otherwise, this space may affect how it will render on the front. Let's save and go preview it, because at the moment I'm a little bit lost as to how it looks. I'll refresh my page and let's see. We can first do just the desktop so you can see that it will look good here. I have no doubt. And then when we get here, aha. So that space is just the margins that we've added at the top. It's hard to the bottom. And on these devices, I may want to add some space at the bottom. On the other hand, we're going to put a footer there in the next chapter. So no need for that. And that is our form. You can go ahead and test it out, add your email, your name, and your message. Let's do that on the front end. I'll copy the URL. Click on the form builder, and there is one thing here. If we go back to the settings and we go to actions that we need to do for this form to work, and that is to remove the actions after submissions. Not sure why this is there. Maybe it is just to lock you into the fact that there are actually pro features. So actions after submission, remove those. Once you've done that, you go to actions after submission. And then you select store submission. Now this one, I struggled a bit with this because I thought store meant something like WooCommerce. Store here basically means keep. Keep it. You have to keep it. And where do we keep it? We keep it in the WordPress backend. So it's important you select this and you will see that the rest are all pro. So what happens? Let's save it quickly. Control S, Command S. I'll copy my URL. Then I'll open a new tab, paste the URL, scroll to the bottom where the form is, and see that the submit button is orange, which means you can submit it. Now, go back to Breakdance, and let's add something like, which one? Earlier, MailChimp, which says Pro. And remember, we saw this Pro little notice previously. Now I'll save it again, Control Command S, hop back to the front end, reload your page, and the submit button is grayed out. And that is why you need to remove everything here, actions after submission, that has pro to it. But at a minimum, you will need one, and the one you will need is store submission. If you remove store submission, it will still be orange and people will submit until they turn blue. You will not get those messages in the WordPress backend. You must select at a minimum the free one, store submission. Now we save, Control Command S, go to the front, let's reload and type in a message here. First the email, submit. After submission, you get your success message here at the bottom. Let's access WordPress. Go to the top left-hand corner, W for WordPress. In the navigation sidebar on the left, Breakdance, and then Form Submissions. And there is the email we have just sent. Submission, we can click on it, and it's an email, the name, as well as the message. Before we leave, there's one thing nagging at me, and that is this one here, tablet portrait, and why it is so constrained. On a tablet portrait, it will actually look good, but I want to figure out why there is all this space on the left and the right. We go to column and go one up to columns, and yeah, here you go. The container, the column container, it has been resized. You can see that with the little dot next to the size. Select size. I'm pretty sure this is the one width. Let's select it and put it on 100 pixels. There we go. And if I were to put it now on percentage, it should stretch the whole container. Good. Now at least I know where this is coming from. I'm going to put it on 60%, a little bit bigger. And we are done with the entire page. The next one, we're going to tackle the footer at the bottom. After that, we're going to do navigation. Our simple footer. We're going to do a quick footer. Go to the structure panel on the right, collapse. Make sure we have names for all our sections. I'll click on section, this last one, and type in contact. Bring in a new section, go to add, select section. It drops at the bottom, change the background, go to color, and it's our good friend, Mr. Coffee Bean. We'll work with 2 columns. Select the add elements, columns, and we work with 2. And the first one, bring in a text element, simple text element in this case. Many cases you may want to bring in a rich text element. We're not going to work with that one now. And we just make it a simple copyright 2026 Madman Productions. You know, that kind of stuff that people put there. The colors here usually is a little bit more subdued. So let's go to typography, color, and choose our antique white. On the right, let's click plus and bring in our social icons. This is in case people want to go visit our social media. In search elements, I'll type in social, and we see social icons, also social share buttons. Let's keep it simple, social icons, and it gives us the standard icons. I actually prefer using my own design here in terms of color. We select the social icons box, like so, and in the panel on the left, you will see again, we have these additional items being added whenever we are working with these group containers. Items are easily created and managed in this fashion. So instead of having dedicated Facebook or X, whatever social media platform, you just add them and then you change them here. Let's add one to show you how it works. Add, and then the type, we can say Pinterest. Let's see if they have Pinterest here. They should. Oh, no Pinterest. So we'll go ahead and click on Vimeo, or you go ahead and click on custom and you bring in an icon. I wonder if they have one for Pinterest. This is what happens when you didn't, you didn't check your work before the time, and it drops the Pinterest at the new area with your brand styling for the background. Now we can move it around. If we put it at the front, and if we open it, then you can have a icon color, your background, all of that you can set up separately. We remove this one, go to design. So first of all, the icon color, I'll put it on white. And then for the background, I'll put it on this black. Wonder why I cannot remove it. And I guess it's because it's done on a 1-by-1 basis. Let's go and shape. I'll put it on circle. Circle. And I'll go back to the background. I was hoping I could just remove it, but I'll override the background settings like so. A border, is there a border? I thought I saw a border, but I realized it's the container box. Then you have the layout, which will give you that option to put them vertically or horizontally, and then space between. Effect, if you want to add some effect, and there's a small little hover there. That's actually pretty nice. And now the only other thing I will change here is to select the column, go to layout, vertical, and put it to the right. So it's nicely flushed to the right. The other thing I will make sure of also is that it's in the middle vertical, and the same for this column. I'll go to layout and just put it in the middle. So we can have the text in line with the icons. I don't like the text being a different color than the icons. I'll go ahead and change that to white. Reduce the padding at the top and the bottom for the section. I'll select the section, select spacing, and at the top add 15 pixels as well as for the bottom. We've created the simple footer for our site. You can also consider adding a contact area here, but because the contact form is right above it, I'm not going to bother with that. Have a look at tablet landscape. What's happening here, and that is our columns are being stacked. So we select the columns, we go up, select our columns. Let me go column, one more columns. There we go. Layout, stack vertically, and I'll say from phone portrait. Now they are nicely in line again. Table portrait, tablet portrait. Font is a tad too big. Phone landscape, maybe this one is already crammed. Yep, so let's hit back to columns. We are in columns, and I'll just go to where we set it up at tablet landscape and stack vertically at phone landscape. Go phone landscape again. Now it's vertically, but we need to make changes now. And the changes we need to make is to tell everything to be center aligned. First thing I'll do is go to spacing, and there where it says column gap at 0. 0 is maybe too much, 15. And the next thing I want to do also under layout reverse order, we should have the copyright at the bottom. So this is from phone landscape. Click in the first column and we align everything to the center, as well as for the second one, alignment. We can just align, go to columns, also center, and select the section, go to spacing for the bottom, and add more pixels here, 25 pixels. I'll just select the main columns again. I think I still want to reduce that column gap, 5 pixels. Next one is our phone portrait, and that should look fine. Save. Let's hop on over to Sizzy and see if the magic has transpired there as well. Reload the page. This one is squashed. Yeah, that's what I said earlier. It works okay on a tablet device, but I have to go override it. I didn't look carefully at this one. But let's have a look at the footer at the bottom, and then I'll fix that one. And the footer looks good everywhere because this is so simple. A nice one that we've achieved here. Let's go and fix this one quickly. And while I'm here, this was the columns container. So go up to columns, and for the width, I'll put it on percentage 100. And no, but 90. And save. Make sure that worked well. Good. We are done here. Let's go work on our header. This is my mock-up, and for our navigation on the page, I will put a header at the top, repeat those social icons, and have a header that will take me to different sections on the page. And I have, something happened there. I have 4 sections here: About Me, Gallery, Workshops, and Contact, or Kona, as it's known in the world of pottery. If I select Gallery, and it scrolls to the Gallery section on the page. This jump link feature is done by giving the section a name, and then we create a menu in WordPress, and we set up custom navigation links to those sections, and then we bring in the menu builder within Breakdance. Sounds like a big job. Let's do it step by step. First of all, we go into our good friend Breakdance, go to desktop, and we go and give those sections that we will be linking to their IDs. The first one is About Me. Select the section, Settings, Advanced, and ID, and give it a very simple name, and I'll call it About. Next one, scroll down, Showcase, do the same, select it, Settings, Advanced, ID, Showcase. We skip this section, we skip the testimonials, we get to Workshops, select, Settings, Advanced, ID, Workshop. I have to remember singular. And the last one we want to do is add the Contact section and give it a name, Contact, Settings, Advanced, ID, Contact. Now all of these sections have names. We save, Control S, Command S. Exit to WordPress, go to the top right corner, click on the Close button, exit to WordPress. Return to the back end, click in the top left corner, Appearance, and create menus. I'll create my menu over here. First, I'll create a new main menu. This is the name of the menu. If you are unfamiliar with this part of WordPress, we have many tutorials on YouTube, and there are so many other tutorials available online as well. Go and check them all. It will explain this to you. But this is important that you understand the menu feature. I installed a theme prior to this called Blocksy, and that's why my menu will look like this. if you are using one of the new themes from WordPress, you will not find the menus here. You will have to go find it within the theme editor. With this created, I will create custom links. The first one we had was about me. This URL is the address that when people click on that link, where it will go. I have one page, and that page is going to be on my home page. All I need to do here is put in a hash and type in about. That is the address. So you can see the section ID about, and to give it the direction, we say it's a hash. The hash indicates it's a section. For the link, how do we want it to appear? I want to say about me. Add to menu. We do the same for the next one, and that was showcase. Link text, same, showcase. Ooh, showcase. Add to menu. Gallery was next. Hash, gallery. Link text, gallery. And the final one was the contact section, and the name was section with a hash. And we can call this contact me or commission work, and add to menu. Save the menu, and once you've saved it, quicker way to get into that page, I'll just click in the toolbar at the top to go to the front end, and then from here, Breakdance, open home. Select the section at the top, click add, and select section. Go to gallery on the right, open it, and grab that section and drag it to the top. I'll just collapse everything, and we call this section header. Let's also rename the section that we've created for the footer. Select the header section again to move to the top, and we build it out. Bring in columns, click in the middle, columns, 2 columns. In the left-hand column, select the plus, and we look for menu. In the search elements, type in menu, and we have 2. There is WP menu, which is the WordPress standard menu, and this one is for free. Then there's a so powerful menu builder. This one is actually a little bit intimidating the first time you see it, but so powerful. I repeat. Select WP menu. Already, everything that I had set up appears here. But if you are not sure, you go to the drop down where it says choose a menu, and you just make sure main menu is selected. If that is the only menu that you've created, Breakdance will automatically load the only menu that you have created. Before we style it out, I want to test whether these links are working as I had set them up. I'll save, Control-S, Command-S, and select copy URL, open a new tab, and paste it like we did so many times before. Click on About Me. And it works. And that's how you set up the navigation on a one-pager. Why is gallery not working? Contact me. Showcase. Gallery and contact me. Because I made a mistake. This isn't gallery. This is workshops. And contact me is called section. Let's just go down to contact. Why I set this up incorrectly. Save. Let's exit again. I messed up. Exit to WordPress. As long as I can find the issue, I'm okay with it. Appearance, menus, it's when you cannot find the issue. So gallery is not gallery. I'll open this up. It is workshop. That was a blunder. Workshop. And let's go to workshop here. And then contact me is a section. Let me see what I typed. Section. What was going on? Contact, and you watch me blunder this up. You're like, okay, save menu. Let's go to the front. I'll go back into home, but we can actually just refresh this page that I've opened here. Okay, About Me is working well. We know that. Showcase. Presto. Finally, workshop. Woohoo! And then our last one is contact me. Right, so all those links are working. We do our design styling. What I want to do for this one is bring in those social icons that I've actually created at the bottom. I'll open up the gallery structure, collapse everything so it's a little bit easier to work with. Go to footer, columns, right-hand column, social icons, duplicate this, click, hold, and drag the duplication and put it under the column here. And move it to the right and put it under the column that's on the right at the very top in the header. There we go. Select it. Select the column, layout, vertical, to the right, same that we did previously. In this case, I think they are a little too big. So we select the icons, go to the group, and then icons, and the size, reduce it to 18. Layout, space between, I'll move that to 10. Make sure that within the column, they are also vertically aligned so that they are in line with the menu. We'll do the same with this one. Go to layout, make sure they are in the middle. Naturally, this section is too big in terms of padding at the top and the bottom. I'll select this section, which I renamed to header. Then we go to spacing, and at the top, I'll add 25 pixels, and at the bottom, 25 pixels. What you can do here as well is add a logo. So you make 3 columns and put the logo here on the left. Now that we've set this up, I want to just go one step further for those of you who are interested in how to make a transparent header. And for that, you do need to do a little bit of manual wangling within Breakdance. But the more you do it, the better you get at it. This is what we are aiming for. Let me just find the mock-up. This is what we're aiming for. The way we do this is by taking this hero section and we move it up to here. And then we tell the header section to be in the front, so it overlaps. Go to the hero, and to move it up, we need to give it a negative margin. And that should be done with spacing. I start with a random value, usually between minus 150 pixels and minus 200. Remember, we're moving it up, so it has to get a negative value. The reason I start with these values because most of the time they serve me well. And look, I just did that and it did a pretty good job. What is confusing to me is how come my header knew to be on top? You may think, oh, we did it, but where are my social icons? So actually, it seems that Breakdance takes the WP menu and gives it preference to appear on top of everything that is placed over it. And that is why you are seeing the menu. But I also want to see my social icons. With having moved this up, I now want to bring my header to the front. Let's just talk quickly again about this minus 150 pixels. If I type in minus 200, it will keep on moving up, but now it's starting to cut off some of the image, which is unnecessary. You want to align it to the very, very top. Some people will go and measure it precisely on the front. I'm okay to lose a few pixels and the top of my image here and there. So 150 pixels, it's a very random, educated guess for most of the cases, and it works pretty well. Just remember, if you do see some space at the top, then you increase this in a negative way. Select the header. I'll do that by selecting it here in the structure. And when you work with these overlapping sections, your structure is becoming a very important friend to you. The Properties panel on the left, select Settings. Advanced. Wrapper. Now, wrapper is a nice word for container. So we're talking about the container. And here we are going to dive. Click on Wrapper, Edit, Layout, Advanced, Z-index. We really dug deep into that one. And all you need to do is click on 1 and my social icons appear. You can actually make this number anything. There is nothing else with a number. What the Z-index allows you to do is to stack things vertically in terms of sections. And the higher the number, the higher they will be. Everything else on this page is basically a 0. I'm oversimplifying it, but I just want to tell you anything higher than 0 will bring this header section and overlay it completely with what we have for our hero section. Let's click on the hero section. We cannot see this very clearly. Click on the menu. And now we get a little confused. Where is the typography? And we have desktop menu, and then we have the mobile menu, which is the hamburger menu separately. I click on desktop menu. Where is my typography? Dive. The only little thing I will complain about is all the diving. Links. And finally, we get to typography. Typography, let's change the color. We put it on white. Yeah, much better. We can see it now, everybody. Font size, we can increase that as well. And the weight, I will reduce that to 300. I will also make it all caps, advanced transform all caps, and add a little bit of letter spacing, 1.5. Now I think we need to reduce the spacing. And from here, let's go back to weight. Let me put it on 400 and reduce the font size to 18. That is the typography. What is the size about? Oh, size is for padding. Got it. Options here for the effect. Let's say underline, which means as I hover over it, you can see it will underline. Let's go for background, and it will do that. Then you have to set up a different color. I think I'll stick with underline. You can change the color and the thickness as well. We have active. This will only be relevant if you have multi-pages to show which page you are on, and that is the active page. Space between. Don't know what is the default. Let me type in 15. So that appears to be very big. Let's move down to 10. It can't be. Cannot only be those amount of pixels. Looks very little. Delete it. I think the empty one, no, is better. If there are submenus, drop-down arrows will come into play here. Control S, Command S to save our work. One thing before I forget, looking at these social icons, remember you have to put your social media links in here so that people actually can connect to it. If they click on YouTube, for example, you want them to go to YouTube. You do that within the social icon settings, go to the left, and for this first one here, you will see you put in the link for your Facebook profile here. One thing here that annoys me is that these items just show social network. I cannot see clearly from just looking on the left which one I'm interacting with. And this would have been nice if I could change the label here to say Facebook, that at least I can have that quicker link and move to it much easier. With this, remember we have a few links on our page. I'll close everything so we can work in a nice open page. It starts here in our hero section with these 3 links. We've already set up the ID for the About Me section. What we do is click on the button, go to the side panel on the left, and where you see link, you do exactly the same we did earlier, and you just put in the name of the section, which in this case is About. Next is View Gallery. We do the same, hash, and did we give gallery a name? Gallery. Was it showcase? Showcase, right? I have to remember, I got those two confused. Commission work is our contact form. We want to send them there. So hash contact. I think we have 2 more. Again, commission work over here. Hash contact. And 1 more here. This is more information on the workshop. And let's make this contact as well. What I would like to do for this one is actually create a pop-up, but I'm not going to do this in this module. And we've set up all the links. Time to test, save. To the front end, reload the page. Let's see, view gallery. Yes, our showcase, commission work to the bottom. And this one here. Commission work, that works, and 1 more. There's 2 commission. This was 1. Oh, that's the only one. We said that this one here, more information on workshop, we also put for the contact. From here, your page is not 100% correct. With your page done, this is your page, your one-pager for Letabo and Tuli. It is done. You don't need to make any more changes here, but you need to go and make sure that a few other things are set up properly for your site to look good on the front end. One of that is the featured image for your page. If this page of yours is shared on social media, you want to make sure at least there is a relevant image that will appear and one that you chose. Everything's saved. We go to the exit in the top right corner and select exit to WordPress. And it takes us to the page, and over here, we are going to set the featured image. The inspector on the right, or the properties panel on the right, set featured image. And we really need to use an image that will tell us everything about the site. this is a brand of her, so we want something of her, and we want to show what she does. And I think this one over here that we had used earlier is perfect for that. And we set the featured image. Make sure you save it. I wasn't planning on doing this, but I do want to show you how to create an on-click pop-up. That's my own word that I've created. The on-click pop-up, let me open the front-end view for you, is that situation where you click on a link like this, more information on a workshop, and there is a box that pops up on your page after you clicked on it. Some call it a modal. There are many words for it. We'll stick to the word pop-up. There is a pop-up builder within Breakdance. Go to the back end of WordPress, and this is where we're going to create the pop-ups. There is another way. We'll have a look at that later on. Breakdance here on the left, and pop-ups, select. I will create that pop-up that I want, so that when people click here on more information on the workshop, it will actually give them more information on the workshop. Click on Add Pop-up, and I'll call this new pop-up, Workshop March 2026. So I know what it is about. And I have to say everywhere, do not worry about these. These are the automatic triggers and conditions. And these pop-ups, when you set this up, they happen whenever someone comes to your site, and after a certain amount of time or a certain action, the pop-up appears. The pop-up we want to create is one that when people click on the link, it appears. So I'm not going to set these guys up. I'm not going to make any changes here, and select Add Pop-up. Now it has been created. We select Edit in Breakdance. It opens the same builder. The only difference is once we start building, I'll bring in a section. It looks like this. And this is a typical pop-up background. All I want to do here is maybe add a heading, and the first one will be for workshop. And I'm just randomly quickly creating this. Like I said, I wasn't planning on doing this, but I want to show you how to make that on-click pop-up. And then we add some text below that as to what it is all about. And then a form element. And the reason the form is we want people to apply. So look for form again, form builder, and our form element appears here. That's all I'm going to do for this one. And select Save. Our pop-up is created. Now I want to show you a super cool thing. And that is I don't have to exit to WordPress to go to my home page to set up this link here. Within this builder, in the options toolbar at the top, it says here in this dropdown, Editing Pop-up Workshop March 2026. Select the dropdown. My home page appears here. When you select it, it will automatically load the home page right in the editor. Very convenient. Don't need to go to WordPress. And in fact, if I select that dropdown again, you see here this plus. I can actually create those things right here. I don't even have to go to create it in the backend. More on that in later modules. Stay tuned. Scroll to our workshop area. Workshops over here. Select the button, and where it says link, remove the hashtag contact. Go to the little settings cog, select that, and then type. We select this one, action, pop-up. Oh, that feels like a lot we did, right? Let's clear everything. We do it one more time. Select the cog. The type will be an action. It will do something, and what it will do is open a pop-up. Which pop-up? Select the pop-up. We only have one, Workshop March 2026. There's another action here. We want it to open. A few more advanced options, but let's stay where we are. Control S, Command S. Go to the tab on the front end, reload, and select more information on Workshop. And there is our pop-up. Unexpectedly, I quickly showed you how to create this. There is one major thing that we didn't do here when I go back into Breakdance. Let's load that pop-up. Remember how we're going to do it right within the builder? Go to the top options toolbar. From the drop-down, select workshop March 2026, and we see this little label tells us it's a pop-up. And then we need to check for our other devices, tablet, phone. Yeah, and they don't look great, but I just want to remind you, for this one, definitely, we need to reduce the typography and the font size, or at least the font size. And save. And that's how you're going to create that pop-up. An extra gift to you in this crazy world at this moment. And that brings us to the end of our Module 1 complete tutorial for Breakdance WordPress 2026. We've created a stunning, yes, good enough, one-pager for a private individual doing pottery. And what she wants to do is for people to know who she is, establish her brand, her colors, the feeling for what she does, and then also for people to view her work and those who are interested in commissioning work from her to be able to contact her. I think a page like this for every creator out there is very important. It's a resume, it's a yellow pages, it's a reference tool, it's social bragging. We've used only the free version of Breakdance, and we did amazing work with the free version. At the same time, I like having the Pro because it comes with so many additional features and so powerful in terms of your work. I would also say that once we get to multi-pages, blogging, and especially if you get to WooCommerce and creating online e-commerce stores, that you definitely have to consider the Pro version. For all of these things that we've done, there are links in the description below. From me, JP, this brings us to the end. I'll see you in the next module.